Utah, they lost twice to last year. You know they want to control the line of scrimmage. They're averaging 172 rush yards per game right now. This is a USC defense that struggled to stop the run. So this is going to be one of those tough physical games. So we've got to see whether or not that Southern Cal can figure out a way of putting themselves back up, because this is a college football playoff elimination game for both USC and Utah.
And for USC, they have to realize Notre Dame was a non-conference loss, so they're still tied for first place in the Pac-12, but there's no more room for error.
Not at all. Get that one live on Fox. Last year in Knoxville, what is the
something doesn't strike. They have 5 out of 6 games, 5 times for 30 points over the less. Think about that. And they're facing an excellent defensive front of Tennessee. Watch the video here. Watch the twist, and they take out the Texas A&M quarterback.
The big one in the Big Ten. With the last two Rose Bowl winners, 7th-ranked blue and white Penn State Lions traveled to the Horseshoe in Columbus, Ohio to take on the 3rd-ranked Scarlet and Gray Ohio State Buckeyes. So thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. It's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification button next to it live right here on YouTube. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Ohio State. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. As the game will be on Fox for a big noon kickoff, with the big noon kickoff pregame show along with ESPN College Game Day on site for today's top 10 battle between two 6-0 unbeatens in the Big Ten. So something's got to give. But as always, this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. First off with Rogue Energy, followed by HopeKThrifts, and then the hot off the press novel by Nathan D. Mitchell, Dead and Hungry. Rogue Energy, be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in can or tub form. Shakers and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code Luke, that's L-U-K-E, Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, a secondhand resale shop that focuses on sustaining the environment in a cheap and fashionable way. as most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shine, among others. Hope K Thrifts, found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at Hope K Thrifts. That's HopeKThrifts. Hope K Thrifts. So be sure to use the message seller code CheapThrifts, CheapThrifts, Cheap Thrifts, for 10% off as well. Link in the description below. So Rogue Energy and Hope K Thrifts, LUKE123 and CheapThrifts for 10% off each. Rogue Energy, Hope K Thrifts, HopeKThrifts once more, found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark, along with Dead and Hungry, a novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, as you can find it on Amazon for $4.99. The paperback edition, which I now have once more, hot off the press, about 2 weeks ago, just arrived the other day. A must read if you're a book lover. So yes, Dead and Hungry by Nathan D. Mitchell. Make sure I'm not, I'll blur my face out rather than his name. But the description is as follows on the back of the book for this novel. As a viral disaster sweeps across America while Hank Broadman and his family are at Hightower Amusement Park. As society crumbles, Hank must guide his 9-year-old daughter, Sarah, through a treacherous, scathing new world. Victims of the virus bleed from the eyes, becoming faster and more violent with long nails and teeth. Their skin breaks out in hives while they utter strange phrases, a shadow of who they once were. Being a former virologist, Hank uncovers the virus's origin, and how it came to be. But it's not just for the people. Plants and animals alike fall victim to this dreadful disease as well. The trees turn black, bleeding sap, while their snake-like roots wrap around all remaining life. As grass turns dry and red and animals of all kinds become rabid beasts, Hank must fight at all costs to protect his daughter, once again Sarah, who is 9. This is all while they're at the Hightower Amusement Park. The viral disaster sweeps across America, if you forgot already. But he must fight at all costs to protect his daughter, whose innocence degrades with each turn of a page. With no hope in sight, he takes matters into his own hands, piecing together clues regarding the source of the lethal virus. From mysterious radio messages to evidence at the Pentagon, the rumors of a cure, Hank slowly realizes what he must do to bring this to an end. The more he learns of this wretched sickness, the faster he sheds his own humanity, desperate to save himself and his little girl from a world in ruin. So, Dead and Hungry by Nathan D. Mitchell. Be sure to get it. Link in the description below. On Amazon, $4.99 on Kindle. About $15 for this paperback. It is pretty thick, but it is a must-read. So, as mentioned once more, this video powered by Rogue Energy, Hope K Thrifts, and this novel, Dead and Hungry by Nathan D. Mitchell. And if that doesn't interest you, well, you might as well be what the title of this book says. So I'll leave it at that. Once more, thanks for tuning in and watching my college football, Penn State at Ohio State live watch-along reactions, live right here on YouTube. Once again, as always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohan Luke 96, as the teams are out on the field currently warming up, as mentioned. Again, the big noon kickoff, along with ESPN College Game Day, are on site. They are giving game picks for this college football Saturday, in which we'll get into a recap and a preview of what the hell has been going on in college football a little bit later on, so stay tuned for that. As this is a top 10 battle. We have other good games, though, this afternoon as well, from the noon o'clock window to 3:30 to the nightcap later on tonight. So something's got to give once again with these two. It's the blue and white and scarlet and gray, Penn State and Ohio State, top 10 battle with the 7th ranked Nittany Lions and the 3rd ranked Buckeyes in the Big Ten. So it is the big one in the Big Ten here today. As honestly, right now and all week, I've had a pretty good feeling for the Nittany Lions going into this game. Similar lead up, similar feel just overall with the 2008 game. For whatever reason, that's just where I'm at mindset wise for today's game for Penn State and Ohio State. Of course, it's been 12 years since Penn State went into the shoe and won. It was 2011 after Joe Paterno was fired by the university effective immediately. Of course, that was then. This is now, though. Penn State never left, as some thought they might have. They're still here, and we are Penn State. But I've had a pretty good feeling about this game for Penn State. Now, of course, check back in a few hours and see how I'm feeling then, depending on what happens. But yeah, today's game, 2 top 10 unbeatens at 6-0, should come down to the wire. I mean, hell, last year's game, Penn State was leading in the 4th quarter, and then we all remember with 9:26 to go, Ohio State started to come back, and that was all she wrote. But overall today, I think, as Ohio State is favored by half a touchdown. What's the one play that's going to determine the outcome of this game? Because we're going to look back on it later and boom, bingo, there you go. That's when it all started. So yeah, what's the one play that's going to determine the outcome of this game? Penn State 6-0, ranked 7th in the country. Ohio State 6-0 as well, ranked 3rd in the country. So something's gotta give. Can Penn State, in the media's eyes, if you will, get over the hump? Penn State believes they have the team this year in 2023 to do it. Well, now it's time to put up or shut up. As Ohio State has won 6 straight in the series, Penn State hasn't defeated Ohio State since the 2016 game, in which Marcus Allen blocked it and Grant Haley returned it for a touchdown. Penn State won 24-21. The Lions haven't won in Columbus since 2011. So keep that in mind for what it's worth. However, in the last 6 meetings, they've been decided by less than 10 points. So, touchdown and a half, give or take, 1-score game down to the wire with these two. So honestly, just expect a close game from start to finish. Ohio State has mentioned a 4.5-point favorite, over under set at 45.5. Both Penn State and Ohio State, I might add, they're 1-2 respectively in the Big Ten in total offense. Penn State's averaging 44 points a game, Ohio State 36. Yes, wouldn't be surprised, if it was a low-scoring defensive showdown either. Defense wins championships. There's going to be points scored today. It's just, a matter of fact, how many. Just as long as you have one more than your opponent and you come out victorious, it's all that matters. But, defensively, as they're 1-2 respectively in total offense, both teams are also 1-2 respectively in total defense. Penn State only allowing 8 points a game, Ohio State at 9. So defensively, who's going to bend but not break? This game will come down to the 4th quarter, long story short. And I'd be surprised if it doesn't. I truly would. Throughout time, yeah, there's been a few blowouts, but normally every game is, coming down late into the second half. A couple plays here and there will determine the outcome of the game. So, yeah, something's got to give. I mean, stats, yeah, they add up but they don't lie. 1-2 in total offense, 1-2 in total defense. 44 and 36 to 8 and 9. I mean, you're looking at probably somewhere in the middle, if I'd have to guess, let alone a hell of a lot less just with his, ground and pound up front, heavyweight bout. This is going to be with the line of scrimmage. I mean, hell, it's fucking Big Ten football. What more could he ask for? Sun has come out, even though it's been rainy all week. We're going to play football. So kickoff coming up momentarily. We'll be on Fox with Gus Johnson, Joel Klatt, and Forrest Gump's Jenny Taft. So thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions over on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports. Cohan Luke 96, as ESPN College Game Day, I might add, in the meantime, gives their predictions. So we'll see what headgear picks going to be. If it's going to be left to right, all Buckeyes, as Penn State's really been not given any chance in the world leading into this game, which isn't a surprise whatsoever. But that's why you go out and show them who's boss. Something's going to give once again. That's just overall going to be the mainstay of today's game. With his high-powered and has physical and as damn good stout as both teams are on defense, for that matter. Like, just something's got to give. What is going to be the play that wins either of these teams the game? As we're also going to be watching a few other games here at high noon, 12 p.m. Eastern Time, this October 21st, Saturday in 2023. From Penn State, Ohio State, we'll have UCF and Oklahoma, along with Mississippi State and Arkansas, and a few upcoming opponents for the Nittany Lions in Rutgers and Indiana. So, we'll see what it gives here, because something's gotta. Here's the headgear pick. They did go Ohio State the whole way across the board. Coach Corso, though, of course, he loves Brutus. Brutus was his first ever headgear selection back in '96. Hard to believe all that time's come and gone, but that was actually against Penn State. He's going to stick true, and it's the saying, Ohio State, Ohio, the Buckeyes against the world. Well, today it's the opposite. It's Penn State against everybody, because everybody is picking Ohio State to beat the blue and white. And they might be right, but they also might be wrong. That's why we're going to play the game, because they decide on paper, decide on the field. So, may the best team win, as kickoff will once again be coming up momentarily, as they show off some old highlights with these two. Once again, the last 6 meetings have all been won by Ohio State, but they've all been decided by less than 10 points. So Penn State just needs to give themselves a fucking chance to win the game. If they can do that, they're going to have a chance to win. Plain and simple, end of story. Somebody with no common sense could have told you that. So that play right there signified that. As 2012 was, Penn State's still here. 2016, Penn State's back. Last year, other than the 2 losses to Michigan and Ohio State, and maybe even in 2023 again, knock on wood, hopefully history doesn't repeat itself. Can they get over that hump? Maybe it's, I told you so. That, they're going to be fine. So it's just one play, one drive, one half, one game at a time here. It's a 4-quarter, 60-minute dogfight. Hell, we might go to overtime. This game might come down to a kick for all we know. I don't know. It's gonna be a hard-fought win, a team win for whoever does come out on top. I'll say that and leave it at that. But 1-2 respectfully once again, offensively and defensively, and total offense and total defense. So yeah, there's going to be points scored. We'll see how many, but wouldn't be surprised if it's low scoring defense showdown. Whoever bends but doesn't break on defense also gets some help with special teams, turnovers as they dot the I, but we are Penn State as Ohio State Scarlets out the shoe. Blue and white, Penn State and the Lions showing up in all white because on the road we wear white, as we all know. So they're about to give game picks, I might add. But, yeah, if you can also, get some help special teams wise, and then the turnover game, should be able to win this game. From the field position into pressure into turnovers into points, we'll see what the difference is here in a few short hours. Take your points once again while you can get them. You don't know what you're going to need later, because then you'll be looking back, well, should have done this, should have done that, could have, would have, should have. Well, yeah, tough shit. But look at some other stats in the meantime. Once again, stats add up. However, they don't lie. But then matchup wise on the field, it's 11 versus 11. And it's one up front. It's the line of scrimmage. And it's the running game, it's the play action pass, it's bending but not breaking on defense. It's, turnovers, it's special teams. It's got to be a team win. Even though one, maybe 2, 3 players might, be making explosive plays, well, it was set up because of this, set up because of that. So, just overall, the only stat I'm looking at, let alone caring about, is if, and hopefully they do, come 3:30, 4 o'clock, Penn State having at least one more point than Ohio State today. Because that's all anybody's ever going to remember is whether you won or lost. Okay? Because the name of the game is winning. To win. Because it's not the low score that wins. It's not golf. It's football. Okay? Whoever has the most points, no shit, will win this game. But hoping Penn State starts out fast. I think they're going to need it. But then it's like, okay, you get out to a lead. Can they hold it? Defense is good, yes. But then it's like, all right, typical Penn State, start slow, and then they're coming from behind. We'll see. But yeah, the only stat I'm caring about today is the Nittany Lions have more points on the scoreboard than the Buckeyes. Should be a good one. Honestly, it should. So, I'd say we are Penn State. Let's crack some nuts and make the Buckeyes battle the whole entire game, but then cry once it's over in defeat. As pregame rolls on. So, we are Penn State. But overall, yeah, I think it's going to be coming down to the line of scrimmage, really with the time of possession. Penn State leads the country in time of possession. Ohio State, the bottom of the Big Ten in that category, so keep that in mind. But then also the turnovers. Penn State plus 10 in the turnover margin entering today. So, yeah, controlling the line of scrimmage with time of possession, turnover margin, because, as always, just for any game, you win that, you're going to win the game for the most part. Yeah, Penn State's number 1 in the country in time of possession at 34-36 a game and at plus 10 in the turnover margin. Honestly, that probably gives the blue and white the best chance to win today's game. You think about it, overall, big picture. So, for the Scarlet and Gray to win, they've won 6 straight. Just keep honestly doing what they're doing, to just beat Penn State because they've been pretty damn good at it. And for Penn State today, overall, as the teams are about to take the field, we're still about 8 minutes away from kick, they say. It'll be interesting to see the coin toss and, where we go from there. So here come the Buckeyes, and here come the blue and white. Can I get a we are or an OH? Let me know in the comments below who you have winning, and thanks once again for tuning in and watching. So overall today then too, for Penn State, just nothing stupid. Play smart. Have some balance. Keep it simple. Have some consistency. Please and thank you. Give yourself a chance. If you give yourself a chance, you're going to be in this game in the fourth quarter with a chance to win it. If they can do that with nothing stupid, like I don't want to see no fucking trick plays unless it works, it executes, to a T. Running the wing T as well. They've tried to go deep for Corey Geiger, but they haven't been able to connect. Maybe there's as the boos ring in for the blue and white. It's fuck Penn State in that regard, because nobody likes Penn State other than Penn Staters. You might have respect for them, but when it comes down to it, it's like, well, there's this, there's that they bring up. So they're going to have the national anthem. So I'll shut up, and God bless the United States of America. USA. Shout out to all former, current, and future United States military, from the Army to the Air Force to the Navy, the Marines, and Coast Guard. Thank you for your service as the best damn band in the land performs the national anthem. The Blue Band also made the trip. I don't want to hear, Penn State getting shit on because they were in the tunnel during the national anthem. For Penn State games, the national anthem's always before the team takes the field. Ohio State, obviously, it's after the team takes the field. As they're going to give game picks. So, should come down to the wire. Once again, another, close one-score game, if you will. They're split. And that's the thing. Penn State has arguably probably the biggest chance, best chance they've had in quite a while to beat the Buckeyes today, let alone Michigan as well in the same season. And that's in a few short weeks on Veterans Day. So shout out once again to the United States of America. And thanks once again for tuning in and watching. Kickoff here momentarily. The Horseshoe, Ohio State and Columbus, Ohio. 6-0 Penn State, 6-0 Ohio State in the top 10 battle in the Big Ten. A scarlet out in the shoe. You can see Penn Staters made the trip, though, along with the Blue Band. So we are Penn State. Let's go get a win. Gus Johnson, Joel Klatt, and Jenny Taft once again on the call. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn, Luke 96. But yeah, for Penn State today, just nothing stupid, okay? You got to play smart. Give yourself a chance to win this game. If they can do that, they're going to have probably the best damn chance they've had against the Buckeyes in quite a while. Once again, run the damn ball up front, stop it defensively, Of course, the Ohio kid himself and Drew Aller going to have to make some plays. It's always funny. Penn State always has a quarterback from Ohio, and Ohio State always has a quarterback from Pennsylvania. Why it works out that way in recruiting beats me, but that's just how it normally goes. You go throughout time, you're finding quarterbacks from other states crossing the border to go play for the opponent. But yeah, Drew Aller's going to have to make some plays, but running game, the stout defense will be his best friend today. Just no turnovers, no stupid penalties either. That's what's been killer for blue and white recently. They started turning the ball over offensively, and they've been shooting themselves in the foot with penalties. So we'll see how the refs call it. But I honestly think, as I've said, I've had a good feeling about this game all week for Penn State going to Ohio State and winning. I think Penn State's defense gets the job done, and Penn State comes out on top with a W. So once again, let me know in the comments below who you have winning. Excuse me. Get a little liquid in our system before we get going. So cheers. Already lose my voice. And we still got the whole entire game to be played because we haven't even kicked off yet, as we've been previewing this matchup now for however long this stream's been on. Good half hour, 45 minutes at this rate. Kickoff's supposed to be at noon. It's quarter after. So let's get the show on the road here as they talk about the quarterbacks crossing the border to go play for the opposition once again. But for Penn State today, I think once again defense wins them today's game. If they continue to score in up to 40 consecutive quarters, okay. If they continue to score 30 plus points a game for the 14th consecutive time, then okay. But all anybody's going to be talking about in a few short hours is whether you won or lost, because none of that's going to matter then. Okay? Ohio State won the toss. They've deferred. They're on the kickoff. Penn State's getting the ball to begin the game. So Ohio State on the kickoff from the 35. It'll be right to left across your television screen right on the dial. Penn State on their turn, vice versa. Left to right across your television screen right on the dial. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. We are Penn State, and the Nittany Lions are back deep to receive. And we'll have a touchback. Be 1st and 10 Nitwits from the 25-yard line. And we'll see how they start out here. It all starts up front. Offensive line, of course, nothing stupid with penalties, turnovers, but you got to be able to run the football, especially on the road, okay? Especially when you need to as well. If they can get out to a lead, work clock, continue to run the football, like I said, as their first in time possession in the country, that might give them the best chance to win today's game. 1st and 10 from the 25, out of the gun. And a handoff. 6 yards up the middle for the fat man, Katron Allen. As Fox really has the shot zoomed out. So 2nd and 4 from the 31. Aller fakes it. And it'll be incomplete near side. That is intended for number 1, Keandre Lambert Smith. So 3rd and 4 here for Penn State to begin the game. See what they do here. They're seemingly running hurry up, even though they will huddle here. They're seemingly in a rush. It's like, slow the fuck down. Get these tight ends involved a little bit. Work the middle of the field. 3rd and 4. Aller. Oh my God. Had all day to throw. Stood there. Probably should have ran. There's a flag on the play. We'll see what the dirty laundry is. Was going to dump it off to his tight end. got a hold on Penn State. They'll decline it. Penn State's going to punt. Ohio State getting the ball 30 seconds in. So 4th down and 4, and here comes the punt unit. So, of course, a 3-and-out to begin the game. You get 6 yards on a run, and then you go back-to-back passes and nothing. Keep running the fucking football. If it's working, why the hell go away from it? I get it's early, still a lot of football to be played, but, take what the defense gives you. Penn State will punt here. And a fair catch them before about the 28. So 1st and 10 Buckeyes from there as Penn State goes 3-and-out. They did go to the tight end down the middle, right 1st down marker, hit him right in the hands, dropped it. Probably should have been picked off, but it fell incomplete. They get the hold on Penn State anyway. Penalties decline, still 4th down, they punt. So here comes the Ohio State offense. From Drew Aller, quarterback for Penn State from Ohio, Kyle McCord at quarterback for Ohio State from Pennsylvania. He's got his running backs back, I might add, today. They got weapons at receiver. Cade Stover's at tight end. They're solid up front as they normally are anyway. That pass completed the 42, 1st down Buckeyes to Marvin Harrison Jr. So this Penn State defense, just overall the whole entire team, going to get tested today because, you look at everybody they played, from West Virginia to Delaware to Illinois to Iowa to Northwestern and UMass. A couple shutouts. They scored 63 a few times. Been winning 11 consecutive games by 14-plus points or more. They haven't lost since they lost Ohio State last year, Halloween weekend. Handoff on the run. 1st and 10. Make it 2nd and 5. I can understand the talk that Penn State really hasn't played anybody. They have, but they haven't. And they've left points off the board, I might add, too. They can't do that today. Bubble screen complete near side, and he's down. He is down. Daquan Hardy wraps him up for a 2-yard loss. The ref standing right there, and then he gets a 2-yard gain. So make it 3rd and 3. How can you not see that? So 3rd and 3. Can they get off the field? This Penn State defense is going to have to make some stops today for them to win. 3rd and 3 from the 48. Bring pressure up the middle. They drop it, and then the slant's caught. 1st down. Guess who? Marvin Harrison Jr. Former high school teammate of Kyle McCord's. I believe it was the 2018 Penn State Ohio State game, live right here in Happy Valley in the whiteout. That, of course, Ohio State won by a point. That was actually the last time Penn State scored 63 twice in the season as well. They've already done that this season, so was that safe for today's game? 2nd and 7. But for both of them, being Pennsylvania kids, they get on the ball again in space. He's going to do his thing and get another 1st down. Will somebody cover 18? But then just as you do, somebody else is going to be open. So you got to... God damn it. You just got to be ready. You just got to be ready for anything and everything. Because here eventually they're going to work the run game in, and then they're going to beat you deep. They do it to everybody. From the 34, 1st and 10. But, they both decided to go to Ohio State over Penn State. And vice versa, just like a lot of, high school players throughout time. But it is what it is. Another 1st and 10 for Ohio State. What's new? Jesus Christ. So 1st and 10. And he'll throw again. Bubble screen incomplete near side. Penn State picked it up just to be safe in case it was a fumble, but it's incomplete. 2nd and 10. Watch the tight ends, now that they're down towards the red zone here, inside the 20. Now, Penn State, can they get off the field this rate? Can they force a kick rather than give up a touchdown? From the 15, 2nd and 10. McCord. Incomplete in the end zone. Good coverage by Penn State. Daquan Hardy's been playing his fucking ass off. I mean, hell, last week, as he really solidified himself as a new punt returner, had 2 punt returns for touchdowns. First Penn Stater ever in program history to do that in one single game. The Penn Hill native out of the 4-1-2, right up here to the 8-1-4 in blue and white. Banged up earlier in the season, but he's been a Penn State defender that's been locking down defenders so far this year. Slant's a little high, incomplete, and Hardy's on the coverage again, so next time why don't you hit him with a swanton bomb, but 4th and 10 coming up. Penn State will force a kick. Ohio State going to attempt about a 33-yard field goal or so from this spot. So Penn State's defense does get off the field. Just, watch for a fake. Yeah, the 33-yard field goal, which is an extra point nowadays in the NFL. 10:53 to play in the opening quarter. I mean, they bend a little bit, but they didn't break. And they forced the kick, which is up and good. Ohio State leads Penn State 3-0 here about 5 minutes or so in. So Penn State offense is going to get the ball back. It's going to be one of those games. They're starting slow. They're going to need some time to get going. And then, work from there. This is their 3rd road game. Ohio State is by far superior, though, compared to who they've already played at this season in Illinois Northwestern by far. Those games were both at noon as well, 11 o'clock local time, though. Still a noon kick today. But, they really needed the second half to, come around to, finally show the hell up and do something. So it's just going to be one of those games for the time being. All right, slow and steady wins the race, I guess, but it's going to take them a while to get going. They just need a spark. That's all it takes to start a fire. You need a foundation to build a house. Just it's one thing at a time. It's the 1-0 mentality, and it's Ohio State. Now, if they'd win today, don't lay an egg next week against Indiana. If they lose today, which a lot of people are saying they will, then we'll see how the season goes from here. Because, as I mentioned last week, because of the past few seasons, come mid to late October, after a good start, that's when the season fucking, went downhill and shit the bed, to say the least. So, just, we'll see where we go from here, but defense got off the field, forced kick, so, I mean, hell, that could have been a touchdown. That 4-point differential could be huge later. We'll see, but, 3-0 here, about 5 minutes or so in. Ohio State leads Penn State. So, thanks once again for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And we'll get the action going here when we come back from commercial break with 1st and 10 for Penn State. Presumably probably at the 25-yard line again. If they can get some good field position off of returns, which I was hoping for last week in the punt game, but then they topped it. They did even better. They returned them for touchdowns, and that's 14 more points than the offense and defense scored by themselves. Because remember, there was a pick 6 last week too, but then got called back because of the hold. But then they still scored on the drive anyway. So that was then. That was the opponent. This is now, and this is the opponent. So 3-0 Buckeyes. Penn State though going to be getting the ball back here after 3-0 to begin the game. So like I said, if you continue to score in 40 consecutive quarters, okay. If you continue to score 30 plus points in 14 straight, then okay as well. But overall, unless you win today, that's all that matters, because none of that matters. Because that's all anybody's going to remember, whether you won or lost. Because all anybody's going to be talking about. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. So it's time to put up or shut up. Ohio State kicks off again, and a touchback, 1st and 10 nitwits once again from the 25-yard line. So it's not tied up. It is 3-0. So take your points while you can get them. Just find a way to win this game. That's all I'm asking for, okay? I don't care how the hell you get it done. Just find a way to win. So Penn State, 1st and 10, down 3 now, 10:49 to play in the opening quarter. As the dogs are barking in the background, probably at the goddamn fucking neighbors. But out of the gun, Aller with a running back to his left and a running back to his right. He'll throw on a slant over the middle. It's caught. 1st down, Nittany Lions. And then Ohio State saying incomplete, but the refs are saying catch, so it's a 1st down, and that's number 6, Harrison Wallace. Good to see him back as he returned last week from an injury. Had a few catches. We'll see if Penn State goes deep at all. They once a quarter last week couldn't connect them. They need to execute. So we'll see if the hangman's coming down. Maybe Penn State can take some of the Steelers' renegade and find a way to win this game here today. They wanted the screen near side. It's incomplete. 2nd and 10. That's another aspect of the game. They probably should be, running a little bit more too, getting these running backs more touches, from Singleton to Allen, Trey Potts even. But, work the screen game in and just keep his defense off balance. 2nd and 10 from the 37. Same formation. They'll run it, though, up the middle this time. Make them stop the run. Not necessarily force you to throw, but make them stop the run, because that's what Penn State's good at offensively. Running the football. And then Aller's made some plays. He also needs to make more plays the other day. No doubt about it. 3rd and 7. It's another big 3rd down here for the Nittany Lions. From the 40, 3rd and 7. Motion man's Lambert Smith in the slot, top of your screen as they go to trips now. Far side, Aller looking that way, steps up, and then it falls incomplete, 4th down. So you punt, you play defense. Defense needs to make a stop here, so the offense, he's not that great under pressure. He's not. I've been saying it all season long. When he gets pressured, he gets flustered. He doesn't know what the fuck to do. If the receiver would have broke and came back on it a little bit earlier, it probably would have been caught, though. But, still everybody's got to do their job, Ohio State on the punt return for about a yard, 1st and 10. So under 10 to play now, 3-0. Ohio State 1st and 10. They'll take commercial breaks. We'll go back to action shortly. But, this defense is going to have to make a stop. Defense might even have to score points today to give them a better chance with everything I've already said. So that's why I was saying, just find a way to win this game. I don't care how you get it done, okay? Just as long as it's in between the lines of play, you're not stealing signs like Michigan is, just find a way to win this game. So, Ryan Day took over for Urban Meyer, who only lost to Penn State once in 16. Ryan Day's 4-0 against the blue and white, whereas James Franklin's only beaten the Buckeyes once in his tenure, and he's been at Penn State now for the past decade, and that was also in 2016. Miracle play or not, they found a way to, make a play and found a way to win the game, and that's all that matters. But with as, once again, good as these teams are, up front, being physical. Yeah, they'll run tempo, but defense is being stout. Just all overall, top to bottom, left to right, right to left, upside down, however you want to put it. Who's the playmaker? Who's stepping up and making a play when the game's on the line? Like I said at the start, what's the one play or few plays that we're going to be looking back on? What's the difference in this game and why it went the way it did? So we'll see. But we should, be in for a good one once again. So I'll leave you with that. So, of course, as always, coming at halftime with first half stats and scores. We'll give a recap and a preview. So stay tuned for all that. There is one more thing I want to add, though, before we come back from break, and Ohio State's got a 1st and 10. Penn State, they haven't lost on this very date, October the 21st, since 1950. All right? Penn State hasn't lost on October the 21st since 1950. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. For what it's worth, keep that in mind. Okay? Might not be worth much in a couple hours, but for the time being, keep that in mind. They haven't lost on October the 21st since 1950. All right? Baby boom era. Right after World War II. Penn State's, every time they played on this day since, won. They haven't lost on this date since 1950. All right? So 1st and 10, Ohio State. After the Penn State punt again. So, hell, they did get a first down on that drive, so it wasn't a quick 3 and out like the opening drive. But, so they're starting to slowly move the football. They just, you got to keep doing it. Ohio State runs it, missed tackle, and then Abdul Carter brings them down after a 2-yard gain, so 2nd and 8. So, yeah, this defense is going to have to make plays, make stops. That's the thing. Put the pressure on them, not yourself. Because when you're up against the wall and you don't know what the fuck to do, you might as well just fucking lay down and die. Because when it gets to that point, that's what it seems like. They, just don't necessarily give up. Like, of course, you want to see some fight. There's a drop, which is a surprise, incomplete, 3rd and 8. But that's what I'm saying. Just give yourself a chance. Just give yourself a chance to win this game. So we'll see if they can or not, and I'll leave it at that. So we play on 3rd and 8. 3rd and 8 for Ohio State. Penn State might bring some pressure here. They'll drop. Then we bring 4. And they get to him. Down he goes on the sack. And that's Johnny Dixon on a safety blitz. The transfer from South Carolina. Cocky taking down 6. And maybe a couple more 6s on the end of that and send these Buckeyes straight to hell. So 4th and long, Ohio State will punt. And Penn State on the return. Daquan Hardy from about the 20. Gets to almost the 40, so that's a good return. That's the best starting field position they've had thus far today. 2 touchbacks, 25-yard line, 3 and out, 2nd drive, okay, got a 1st down, still had a punt. Right there, 18-yard return or so. And they have a 1st and 10 now, nearing midfield. If they can get in field goal range, kick a field goal, tie this game up, I'd be happy. Okay? Just keep at it. Keep giving yourself a chance. You don't want to fall too far behind because then later on it's going to be too late. You want to be right there. You also don't want to be, too far up because then you can be like Colorado and blow the lead. But just that's what I'm saying. Just give yourself a chance. Just be there. Whether you're doing a lot or not, overall, at least you're there. At least you're, trying for what it's worth, even though you know damn well, as much as we do, and they do, can be 10 times better than it is. So that's a good return. I'll take it. They just got to do something with it now. They just can't put themselves in good positions, good return, or if you get a turnover, and then they can't do anything with it. They can't capitalize. They got to be able to capitalize. They got to strike while the iron's hot today, okay? They got to put the hammer down, pedal to the metal, and that's what I'm saying. Once again, just find a way to win this game, okay? So, we'll go from there. So, maybe the third drive will be the charm here. 2 punts, good return after a sack. Maybe that's the spark they need for all we know. And it starts up front. They got to be able to run the football. And they are a little bit, don't get me wrong. It's like the pass game, they got to execute. Play calling at times, could be better, no doubt about it. At least Mike Yurcich ain't no fucking Matt Canada. But, they've finally been getting the tight ends involved. They got to be consistent at it, though. And even with the running game, as good as it is at times, it's also got to be more consistent. Consistency's key. So run to pass to run. Do whatever the hell you're going to do. Just move the ball. Work the first downs, okay? Chip away at it, the more times you chop an axe on a tree, the better chance, it's going to have to come down in the long run. So just keep chopping away at it. Just drive. That's what, too, they need a drive, okay, you have a spark, you have momentum, you have some consistency going, you have a rhythm built up, put it down on the 45 and see if they can continue to average 44. Make some noise, put the country on notice that no, everything you've thought about us, that's not who we are, even though we are Penn State. Handoff, Singleton up the middle, out past midfield into Buckeye territory, first down, Penn State on a 20-yard run. Keep at it. You got to keep pounding the rock. And it all starts up front. This offensive line does not get enough credit. Boom, boom, boom. Hit the hole and went. So keep it up. You got to keep at it. I wouldn't be surprised they take a shot here, but 1st and 10 from the 42. They'll run it again. Singleton inside the 30, down at the 26. Another first down, Penn State. Keep it up. Keep running it. And then you get to the goal line, run your wing tee. The 11 consecutive games of beating opponents by 14 plus points or more. Big Ten record, over 120 years old. That's what I was saying last week. If they're breaking stats, which they are, okay. But at times, they're creating new stats with how good they are. 1st and 10, play clock at 5, they get it off, fake the give. Aller going to step up, avoids a sack, and then he does go down on a loss of 3. So 2nd and 13, flag on the play, maybe a face mask, maybe an automatic first down here. And a false start by Penn State. Or illegal formation on the lines. Had too many in the backfield. Penalties declined because of the sack on the loss of 3. Ohio State would rather have Penn State 2nd and 13 rather than 1st and 15. They want that down to count. So 6:23 to play in the first, 3-0 Ohio State. Penn State now 2nd and long after the sack. Keep running it. 2nd and 13, get a manageable situation on 3rd down if you don't get a first down here. Don't be having a 3rd and 13 or 3rd and longer on the next play. Make it 3rd and half that. Aller looking to throw, and a little too much incomplete near side, so it will be 3rd and 13. And they'll probably run a draw up the middle and kick it and tie it at 3 here, if I'd have to guess. This is another big 3rd down for Penn State, don't get me wrong. But, I mean, you're right there, at the 45-yard line? Falcons can kick it from 50 if he needs to. So, or no, they're inside the 30. What the fuck am I thinking? From the 29, 3rd and 13. The sack set me back. But they were just there, but they're not anymore. The handoff. Singleton, all right, the 23-yard line. 4th down. They'll kick it. Take your points. Kick the field goal. Do not go for it here. It'll be about a 40-yard field goal. About a 40-yard kick here for Alex Falcons. Snap, hold, kick. Good. It is 3-3 Penn State and Ohio State with 5:15 to play in the first. So they tie it up. They capitalize off a good punt return, drive and score. You know, like I said, I'd be happy with that. I'm happy with it. It's 3-3. Would have loved to have had a touchdown. Probably should have been a touchdown drive. It was as good as they're running the football there. And then they get away from it. They got to keep at it. You know, I get you want to keep the defense off balance, run a pass, run, do what you're doing. But if you're running it and they can't fucking stop you, keep fucking running it. You know, give them a reason to, you know, stop you. And then that's when you beat them with the pass. That's when you go on play action of the tight ends down the middle of the field. So they've run some trickery, I might add, on the road this season. I know I said earlier, yeah, don't be doing that bullshit today, just because you don't want it to have it go wrong. You know, just don't do anything stupid. You know, don't be shooting yourselves in the foot. You know, don't look back afterwards if you lose. Well, this is why we lost. And it's a self-inflicted wound. Rather than, well, they just flat out beat you. You know, that's the tough pill to swallow. That's what I'm saying. Just don't do anything stupid. Give yourself a chance and just find a way to win this game once again. And they, you know, tie it up. So we still got a lot of football to be played. It's 3-3, mid-first quarter. So I'll leave it at that. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. It's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Right here on YouTube as well, so be sure to subscribe. Be sure to check out Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and the novel Dead and Hungry. Links also in the description below. So get back to the action shortly after Penn State tied it up 3-3 at Ohio State. Buckeyes ball when we return. We're also watching UCF Oklahoma, as mentioned, on ABC. ESPN has, so we go from the Big 10 to the Big 12 to the SEC. It's Mississippi State and Arkansas, and then Rutgers at Indiana in the Big 10. Got 3 touchdowns scored so far total in that matchup. So, truly, I mean, the Penn State-Ohio State game live right now at noon is like the only good game. Today's question of the day on social media as well, so be sure to go vote on Facebook and Twitter. Let me know in the comments below who you have winning. Yeah, it should be a good day of college football. But yeah, these are the 4 I'm watching currently. And there's an aerial shot of the horseshoe. Ohio Stadium in Columbus, Ohio. Of course, they call it the horseshoe, because that's what it fucking looks like. So we'll see if Penn State can get closer and score some points. All in the flick of the wrist. So Penn State on a kickoff after they tied it up at 3. It is 3-3. Lions and Buckeyes in today's Big 10 battle. Gabe Owusu on the kickoff. knuckleball will be fielded at the 8. He runs into his blocker in front of him, gets to the 22. I thought for a second that ball was going out of bounds, let alone he was going to fall down after they collided. And then that's, bad field position for Ohio State, but great for Penn State. But he gets about, 14-yard return there. So 1st and 10, Ohio State. Got a little delay. I believe an injury, if I'm not mistaken. And it's Ohio State Buckeye. They're looking at his left leg, so hopefully he's okay. Never want to see anybody get hurt. So he gets helped off the field, not putting any pressure, any weight on that left leg. Yeah, that's a knee injury for sure. That has to hurt. Hopefully it's okay. Once again, never want to see him get hurt. 1st and 10. From the 22 after the return. And they'll run a option near side. And Penn State pushes them out of bounds. They say 4, maybe 5, so 2nd and medium coming up. Ohio State's got as good, if not better, running backs than Penn State does, for God's sakes. They're both deep at the position. They have a depth. So you're going to see, this running back, that running back, like everybody's going to get some touches. You want to stay fresh. They motion into a trips top of your screen on 2nd and 6 from the 26. Handoff again and 1st down run. Winston along with Jacobs, it looked like, on the tackle for Penn State. That's a hold, I might add, on 71, but all right. Slant, incomplete. 2nd and 10. From the 35, 2nd and 10. McCord going deep down the middle. Good coverage by Penn State. Incomplete. Guess who? Daquan Hardy again. 3rd and 10. He's really stepped up. He has. I mean, this is just who he is, though. This is how he's always played. He just hasn't played as much start to finish in a game, let alone the whole entire season, as much as he's played so far this season. Even with battling injuries at the start, he's put that behind him, and he's been making plays. And then they still have other talent, other playmakers making plays. 3rd and 10, pass caught. They wrap him up, though, right away. Hey, Daquan Hardy's the guy. 4th and 4, does Ohio State go for it? whatever you do, don't jump off sides. Whether they go for it or kick it, which they're going to line up to punt, watch for a fake, but don't jump off sides. Because then that's a 5-yard penalty, automatic first down. And it's 4th and 4, so Ohio State on a punt. So Penn State trying to flip the script here, and they're starting to play a little bit better. They'll let it bounce, and Ohio State will down it at about the 24. So 1st and 10, Penn State from there. We're tied at 3 with 3:07 to play in this first quarter. So we'll see what they can do now. I mean, would like a drive, would like to take up some time here if you can. You know, move the football and score some more points. You know, once again, put the pressure on them, not yourself. You know, they're not used to being in these situations. They're not. Out of the pistol, now out of the gun with the motion, 1st and 10. They'll fake the run. Pass caught, first down, Lambert Smith at 35. So they needed 10, they got 11. 1st and 10, they'll move to 6. First down, Penn State. 3-3 with under 3 to play. Keep it going, keep it moving, let's go. Take what the defense gives you. Run the football up front. They got to get these tight ends involved. Really, truly, the tight end has been their number 3 receiver. You know, Lambert Smith's the 1, Harrison Wallace at 2, but he's been banged up. He's since returned, but, you know, the tight ends are really their number 3 receiver because even though they have depth at receiver, which we've talked about all season long, you know, good 10 guys that probably play, whether they haven't played or whether they have played, you know, they just haven't, you know, not necessarily stepped up. They just haven't been making a lot of noise, you know, given, you know, the coaching staff a reason, okay, this guy needs to play more versus this guy doesn't need to play more, you know. So, you know, you have the tight ends, and that's one thing I just remembered too. The injury report, I got to look that up, see who's in and out for both these teams today, because the Big Ten is the only conference in all big-time Division I college football that makes their teams, just as it would be for any other professional sport, give a game day injury report on who's not playing and for what reason. But, you know, the tight ends truly with Theo Johnson, Tyler Warren, and Khalil Dinkins, and on down the line, they've been the 3rd receiver. 3rd and a yard from the 45 injury report for today's game. Play clock at 5. 4, 3, gotta go. They get it off. 3rd and a yard, they're going to throw the slant. It's incomplete. Jesus Christ. 3rd and a yard, you're throwing a slant. You know, all right. You got to execute it. You know, why not run it? You know, the run game's working. They keep fucking running the ball. It was tipped, so that's why it was behind. Still, I mean, it was still catchable. Penn State's going to go for here, 4th and a yard from right around midfield. And now they're going to call a timeout. So we'll see what they do next. A burning timeout. It's going to be a good one. They still go for it and get it. Or if they, you know, go for it and don't get it, let alone just decide to punt and pin them deep and play defense. Because at that rate, you could have just fucking pooch punted it and kept the timeout. So 4th and a yard. It looks like they're going to line up to go for it. We'll see what they do. You know, damn well this Ohio State defense line is going to be ready for it. With Larry Johnson as the D-line coach, former Penn State defensive line coach, I might add. Been in Columbus for the past decade or so. And of course, they're going to punt now. Watch for a fake. They'll punt. All right. Hit them deep. It's a fucking waste of timeout, though. Fair caught at the 11. It's a waste of timeout. We'll see if they need it or not before halftime. Comes back to bite them in the ass or not. That's a wasted, just burnt timeout. I mean, it's the right decision to punt, though, because you're at the 45-yard line. You don't get it. They got plus territory in Penn State field, and, they're, 10 yards, 15 yards from field goal range to extend their lead, and then you're down again. That's what I'm saying. Put the pressure on the punt, play field position, pin them deep, play defense, get the ball back, and then work from there. It's still early, a minute 1 to play in the first quarter. It's a 6-minute game. You could win the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, but then still lose the game. 1st and 10, Buckeyes, officially from the 14, out of the pistol. They'll hand off. And Elsden along with Winston. Not John Cena and the Bellas' old dog, but Kevin KJ Winston, 21, makes a tackle. So about a 14-second difference between the game clock and play clock. 2nd and 7 coming up, so probably got one more play here before the quarter ends. Got a 2nd and 7 from the 16. Can they get off the field? McCord looking to throw down the middle, caught, first down at the 30 with Daquan Hardy on the coverage. So that'll probably do it for the first quarter. Tied at 3. They'll switch ends and we'll play on. Well, in the meantime, they're going to go hurry up. They might snap it here. 1st and 10 from the 31. They will, under 10. Hand off, and Kobe King on the stop. So that does it for the first. We're tied at 3. 3-3. Penn State and Ohio State. We had a flyover to begin the game. About 15 minutes in, it is 3-3. So, yeah, defense going to make some stops here. We'll see if they can. If not, well, you dig your grave, you lay in it. Just going to be interesting to see how this game plays out, because it's going to hold a lot with the rest of the season, with the win today for either of these teams. Well, where do they go from here? Which that's then. They still got to take care of business now, so you should be worried about. But I just thought that was a waste of timeout. I mean, I don't mind the punt. I would have punted too. I would have just punted from the get-go. I wanted to line up to go for it, and then call the timeout. And then if you're going to just call a timeout and still punt, you could have fucking lined up to go for it and try to draw them off sides, and then you can't get anything. Then call the timeout. At least you tried. They obviously saw something they didn't like defensively with what they were going to run offensively, and they called the timeout, and it was just like, all right, hey, it's early. Let's just punt, then play defense. But then they give up, 20 yards and a couple plays down the quarter, and here we are tied at 3. So, 3-3 at the end of 1, second quarter to begin. And we'll see where we go from here. So, like I said, I wanted to look up the injury report with these two. It's something I normally do. For every Penn State game now, that it's, a known fact on, okay, this guy's out, this guy's out, this guy's out, or he might be probable game time decision to, play. As we see the Big Ten Conference commercial from coast to coast, of course, to add in a few teams with USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington next year. But, from everyone in the Big Ten East to the Big Ten West, this will be the final year with divisions. Next year, they're going a full 18, and the top 2 teams will play in the Big Ten championship game. Of course, College Football Playoff will be expanding next year as well to 12 teams. As talk about Penn State getting over the hump, well, they've been right there, just haven't been able to beat Ohio State and Michigan for the most part. And then they've been, right there in the playoff consideration, hunt. But, it's been a 14 playoff since it was introduced in 2014. And 16 was their closest. They came at 5. They got screwed over, though. by Ohio State, I might add. You know, they beat the Buckeyes that year, won the Big Ten, yet Ohio State still made the fucking college football playoff and then got shut out by Clemson, who ended up then winning the national championship, I might add. But, you know, from then until now, once again, it's still been 4 teams in the playoff. You know, so if it would have been 12 teams this whole entire time, yeah, Penn State would have been in the playoff, you know, a handful of times. But that's all that. Second and... what is it? To start the second quarter. 2nd and 3 officially. Tied at 3 here to begin quarter 2. As we're 15 minutes away from halftime. From the 38-yard line. Still going to look up the game day injury report with these two when I get a chance. 2nd and 3, McCord's pass at midfield, incomplete. Good coverage by Johnny Dixon. He's made some plays early as well. So 3rd and 3 coming up for the Bucks. See if Penn State can make hunting season come early and bang a big one. 3rd and 3 from the 38. And they run a screen near side, and they wrap them up in the backfield for a loss. That's Hardy and Kalen King. 4th down, Ohio State. They're going to punt again. So Penn State going to be back deep to receive. It's 4th and 5. Still don't jump off sides. Automatic first down. See if they can get some good field position again or not. I say 4th and 4 officially. Ohio State to punt. Fair catch, taking the 4 at the 14. So 1st and 10, Penn State from there. Ohio State, don't be surprised they were on a fake punt later. Because the Aussie style punt, you know, you roll out and then you kick it. I mean, shit, he had green grass in front of him. He could have took off and ran and got a first down there. But then he kicks it, so 1st and 10, Penn State. Tied at 3 here with Ohio State. 14-11 to play in the first half. Come on, boys, let's go. What do you got? Let's move the football. It starts up front and run the damn ball. It's worked. The drives have seemingly stalled when they're, you know, not executing on pass plays. Handoff to the fat man, Katron Allen, 2 yards. I get eventually they'll stop the run, but then just as they do, that's when you'd hope the play action passes there, and then you can beat them deep. So 2nd and 8. Handoff again. And 3rd and 5, 5.5, 6 coming up. They got to go to the tight ends. I mean, they haven't even targeted any of them yet. And maybe go deep too. I don't know. You know, Lambert Smith's been quiet. Harrison Wallace even. That's why they need a number 3 receiver to step up today. Drew Aller's pass incomplete. Intended for Wallace. 4th down and they'll punt. So they go 3 and out to begin the second quarter just to begin the game. He really wasn't even looking for the football. And it was a little too high for him anyway. So they just got to get down to business and execute. They do. Ohio State looking to block this punt, it looks like. Penn State booms it, though, on 4th down. And fielded at the 30 as he backtracks. They'll wrap him up about 39. So 1st and 10, Ohio State from there. We're tied at 3. 12 and change to play in the half. Come on, defense. Let's get a stop. And by that, I mean another stop. And another stop after that. And then, all the stops in the world you can get. Turnover would be nice. Turnover would be spectacular. Get some points off of it. Yeah, Ohio State's going to get the ball to begin the second half because they deferred and kicked off to begin the game. But, once again, just give yourself a chance. Just, put yourself in the position of being there at the end of the game. So, timeout on the field. It's 3-3 after the punt. The injury report. It's technically called the Big Ten availability report, but it's 4 injuries. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, for Ohio State, it's Travion Henderson and Emeka Egbuka, and they've been listed as questionable, but game time decisions, and they're both out. They're not playing. They're also out. Cornerback Denzel Burke, and then Penn State out at tight end and Andrew Raplia. That seems to be it. They are getting J.B. Nelson back up front of the line at guard, which is a good thing. He hasn't played in a few weeks. But that seems to be it. Not much. Yeah, this is, no doubt about it, the most favorable availability injury report Penn State has released this season. It is true, yeah, because every game there's been, at least 5 out and a couple questionable. I mean, you get 1 total. So, yeah, they're pretty healthy. Can they just execute, though? Can they get the game rolling in their direction? They sort of have them right where they want them at, I guess. 1st and 10, they run an end around. A couple missed tackles, and they finally wrap them up. So 2nd and short coming up here. Make it about 2nd and 3. Yep, 2nd and 3, tied at 3 here. From the 46. And they get the first down on a run up the middle for about 8 yards or so. First down. Yeah, it all starts up front. It's good blocking. 1st and 10, they'll run it again. Wear out Penn State's defense with the run. So, Penn State's open to do offensively as well against Ohio State's defense. That's what it seems like. Ohio State is going to try to stop the run and make Drew Allard throw to beat them. And rightfully so on their end. Handoff. And I guess it's sort of similar to Penn State defensively. Stop the run. Penn State has one of the better rushing attacks in the Big Ten in the country. Ohio State, not so much. I get they've been banged up, but if you can get pressure, if you can get a turnover, you can score points on a turnover. I was saying that might be the difference, along with controlling the clock. Time possession going to be key. Stover on the reception, about 3rd a yard coming up here. Yep, 3rd and 1. And they'll run it, but no. And then after a push, he got it. So they'll move the sticks, 1st and 10. Little spin move. Yeah. Just keep your feet moving, you know. Just keep going. So hopefully move forward, you know. Like, enough of this east-west bullshit. Go north-south. 1st and 10, Ohio State. In field goal range here at 25-yard line. And they'll run it again up the middle. 4 yards. And a cloud of dust, if you will, for Big Ten football. It's only 3 yards, but 2nd and 6 coming up. And got a Penn State injury. We'll see who it is here in a second. They'll take commercial break. So, Ohio State, 2nd down coming up. Tied at 3. They're at least going to get a field goal out of this, it looks like, if not a touchdown. Penn State's going to have to stop the run here to find a way. But, yeah, got an injured defender down. We'll see who that is when we come back, because I don't believe they said, and then I didn't see a number. So hopefully he's okay as well. Never want to see anybody get hurt, let alone a star guy. But they're deep. I think as deep as they've been depth-wise, Penn State has this year in quite some time, and it just shows with recruiting how good they've recruited, and how well they are here and how well they are there. And it's just, you got to put, because all that's on paper. Now you got to put it on the field. You got to execute. You got to make plays, because then that ain't going to matter if you don't. I could care less, if you're a 5-star, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, 1-star, unranked. Okay? You look at the NFL, 1st round, 2nd round, 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round, 6th round, 7th round, undrafted free agent, for God's sakes. If you don't get, picked in any of those rounds. Like, just step up and make a play. You'll get, noticed. You might start playing some more. You might be that next man up that, somebody goes down, boom, you're in, and, give it your all. Make the most of it. So, we'll see here. We'll see here what they do. If they can make stops or not, because if not, we're probably going to be not necessarily screwed, but just in a bad spot, they've been bending, but they haven't broke. So if they can keep that up all game and still not break, I'll take it, as long as we find a way to win. Because the offense still has to make plays too. Return game, special teams, let alone, special teams also with, kicking field goals and blocking kicks. Just figure a way out, find a way to win, So, that's Chop Robinson down for Penn State, which ain't good. He's sitting up, catching his breath, getting some air. Probably just got the wind knocked out of him. He might have a concussion too. So hopefully he's okay. Damn well Penn State's going to go, or Ohio State, is going to go right to where, he'd be playing at. So, Dry Fisher probably going to be coming in, if I'd have to guess. So he'll walk off, but yeah, hopefully he's okay. But in the meantime, Ohio State going to work out of the pistol here. Flag on the play. Illegal substitution on Ohio State after a delay with the injury. And I don't know how you let that happen, but they just did. So back them up, second down, and 11 now. See if they draw up now. So from the 26. McCord looking to throw down the middle. It's tipped. It's almost picked off, and it falls incomplete. 10 for Marvin Harrison Jr. It looked like. Probably should have been picked. Yeah, Carter got his hand up and swatted it. With Jalen Reed on the coverage, it would have been Keaton Ellis coming from behind making the pick, if anything, but it falls incomplete. So 3rd and 11 for Ohio State. McCord steps up, avoids a sack, fumble, get on it. Curtis Jacobs out past midfield, inside the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Penn State. A defensive touchdown on a fumble, scoop, and score. About 70 yards to the house. There's a flag on the play, though. God damn it. Don't tell me that's fucking coming back. As they're fighting on State. 9:20 to play in the half. We're tied at 3. A fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown. We'll see what the dirty laundry is from the Zebras. They had him on the sack. He stepped up, went down. They hit him again. They knocked the ball loose on the sack, and the ball was out running free. Curtis Jacobs doing what he did sort of last year at Michigan, if you can recall, right before halftime. See what the flag is unless they pick it up. Holding on Penn State. Be a 10-yard automatic first down for Ohio State. So no defensive touchdown. So let's see if it was a good call or a bullshit call. Jesus Christ. So now Ohio State, 1st and 10 from the 16. They luck out. Still tied at 3 here. No defensive scoop and score for a touchdown. Handoff. Dom DeLuca and Abdul Carter make the tackle. At the line of scrimmage, no gain on the play. They might give him a yard, but nothing more. We'll see how big that play is looking back on it later. I mean, you're looking at a swing for sure, unless they can hold them to nothing here. That was a big play. And to have it come back because of a penalty like that, come on, man. Another run, and Penn State stuffs them. No gain on the play. Kalen King pushes them out. He was the one that got called for the defensive hold. So 3rd down and 9 for Ohio State. Come on, defense, let's go. Force a field goal if you can. Let alone get another fucking turnover. Get another fumble. Get an interception off of them. I mean, they had the almost interception at the goal line earlier on this drive. They get the fumble touchdown. That slant caught the first down marker. I don't know how the hell he caught it, but he did. Marvin Harrison Jr. Another flag on the play. We'll see if this is offensive or defensive pass interference. So another flag on the play. So penalties costing Penn State here. Yeah, I'll give him that one. I didn't like the one on the fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown, though. So pass interference on Penn State. Penalties decline because they got the first down, 1st and goal. So yeah, you can start saying the rest are screwing over Penn State. They're letting them play. That was a penalty. The one on the fumble though was not. And now Devin Brown, backup quarterback, looking like fucking Sammy Ball wearing 33 and quarterback, and he'll run a draw, and they stuff him at the line. No gain on the play. Oh, come on. You're going to throw a fucking flag on that, too? That is not unsportsmanlike conduct. He tackled him. You blew the whistle. That was that. Not the flag coming in 10 minutes later. And a fucking dead ball, unsportsmanlike conduct on Penn State. How many penalties now on this drive are they going to fucking give them to have Ohio State score, for God's sakes? I mean, especially on big, crucial plays. On top of that. You gotta be fucking kidding me right now. Why don't you just fucking give them the touchdown while you're at it? 1st and goal from the 2. And they'll work out of the eye. Come on, defense, make a stop. And I don't know if he got in or not. They say touchdown. Myron Williams from 2 yards out, touchdown Ohio State. When it should have been a touchdown Penn State about 2 minutes ago in game time. On the fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown. But because of a penalty, Ohio State keeps the ball. Because of another penalty, they get a 1st down. Because of another penalty, they get another 1st down. And then one play after that, they score a touchdown. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. And now a review, so they're going to think about it. Hopefully they tell Penn State something good. It's going to be a touchdown, though. 7:31 to play in the half. I mean, not unless his knee was down before the ball reached across the goal line, so to speak. You know, then it'd get overturned. And, of course, they have to find an spin evidence to overturn it, but that's a touchdown. It's confirmed, it stands, it's a touchdown. So 9-3, extra point to come. Penn State can get the ball back here. 7.5. 2 timeouts. Down 6. Probably 7 here with this kick up and good. And it will be. So 10-3 Ohio State on top of Penn State. See, I didn't agree with the defensive hold on the fumble, scoop and score for a touchdown. The pass interference was pass interference. But then that unsportsmanlike conduct, that was absurd. they're just fucking chucking flags at that rate. That's why I was saying, like, well, you might as well just fucking give them the touchdown because you just kept the drive alive for them and, you know, allowed them to score for the most part. Even though Penn State's playing defense, refs aren't, and they still give the score. The holding, I disagreed with. The PI after the hold that, you know, was no, it would have been a touchdown. You wouldn't have had the pass interference. You know, maybe on the next drive by Ohio State with a Penn State 10-3 lead. Yeah, maybe not though. I mean, at that rate, it really doesn't matter. But then they drove and scored. It's 10-3. So here's some stats for you now as we near halftime. Yeah, I just hope the refs don't fucking decide this game, you know, because, I mean, it'd be nothing new, but you know how the refs are. They try to control way too damn much. You know, it's like, get the game under control, but you don't need to be throwing this for this or throwing this for that, you know, especially when they're letting them play, but all of a sudden, boom, 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 boom with the flags. No. Like, just, you know, knock your fucking shit off and... It is what it is, though, at the end of the day. You know, there's nothing anybody can do about it. You know, from us fans to the team, you know, and the players playing. It says if you're going to do it that way, you got to call it down the middle. You know, I don't want this, you know, being fucking one-sided. You know, I won't have a problem with it if it's down the middle. But if it's one-sided, oh, by golly. Yeah. Then you're in for an argument. So, just that was frustrating. That's all that is right there. Because that's a defense touchdown. Especially in a big game like this, when, if at all, because you're probably not going to get that again. You know. As I was saying a little bit ago, turnover would be awesome. They almost have the pick. They get the fumble, but then it's called back because of the hold. So, 10-3, Penn State getting the ball back. Drew Aller, 3 of 10, 31 yards passing. They're going to have to open it up a little bit, you know, for him. Of course, don't be turning the ball over yourself. That's what I was saying earlier. Play smart, don't be stupid. As Shania once said. Nick Singleton, 4 carries, 44 yards. Katron Allen, 4-13 on the ground. Harrison Wallace, 2 catches, 19 yards, and Lambert Smith, a catch for 12. Kyle McCord for Ohio State, 10 of 18 passing, 89 yards. Myron Williams with a touchdown there from 2 yards out, 12 carries, 50 yards rushing. Penn State, touchback, first and 10 lines from 25-yard line, down 7, 10-3. Marvin Harrison has 4 catches, 39 yards. Cardinal Tate, 2 of 21. And Chip, 3 carries, 10 yards, and a catch for 19. Both kickers good from 33 and 40 respectively. Penn State defense touchdown, but it got called back for a hold. Ohio State scores, and that's where we stand. So 10-3, midway through the second quarter here, 7:31 to play. In the first half, Penn State with 2 timeouts, got a first and 10 at 25. So, see what they do. Aller will hand off. Singleton for 3 yards, second down and 7. Probably should have kept it for himself because he would run off to the races on a quarterback draw, but you take what the defense gives you. Stick to the game plan. Don't abandon anything. You know, the second time you've been down today, yes. But you just got to keep pounding. Keep chipping and chopping away. Keep at it. Give yourself a chance. You know, fucking don't worry about what just happened. Forget about it. You got to play your game. 2nd and 8, Aller steps up. dumps it off in the flat far side to Tyler Warren, and he gets a first down to the 39-yard line. 1st and 10, Penn State. First target, first catch by a tight end today by Penn State. So good to see them finally get a touch. They need to get them the ball more, though, no doubt about it. And it's down the middle of the field, especially with as good as the running game is. Open play action and then beat them deep. You know, I think here before too long, they're going to take a shot because they haven't even tried to throw the ball more than 25 yards downfield. They haven't. From the 38, 1st and 10. And fake the give. Aller going to roll out. Man wide open. Theo Johnson. First down Penn State inside the 30. Move the sticks. 1st and 10. Keep it up. Right back to it. Get the run game involved. See if they can respond. See if they can strike. Surprised they didn't throw a fucking hold on that, for God's sake. So they're throwing flags on every fucking play Penn State's a part of. 1st and 10 from the 28-yard line. And yes, that would be every fucking play if you didn't get the joke. Out of the pistol, they'll hand off, run reverse, flea flicker. Aller looking to throw. And out of bounds, incomplete. All right, 2nd and 10, as long as it didn't get picked off or, you know, a sack, you lose all that yardage. You know, sack, fumble, they return it themselves. You know, that's a big swing then of 2 scores when we were just tied, if so. They handed it off to Singleton. He flipped it to Lambert Smith. He flea flickered it back to Aller. He wanted to go to either Tyler Warren or Dante Cephas from Kent State back in OHIO. Now in the Big Ten, not the MAC anymore. But they sort of ran the same fucking route. I think he wants the play clock reset. I don't think they're going to give it to him. Now they will. All right. So incomplete, 2nd and 10. But, you know, like you have all this space. Like, get the fuck open. Like, don't run the same route. 2nd and 10 from the 28. And they'll get up under center. Now got 10 on the play clock. Make it 5. Out of the gun. They motion the back. Aller looking to throw, going to step up. Run, yeah, run. Lower the shoulder, get a couple yards. All right, 3rd and manageable coming up, 3rd and 5. You're in field goal range. 5.5 to play in the half. You get your points, okay? I don't care how you get them, but get your points. You got to score on this drive, especially after with what just happened. So 3rd and 5 for Penn State. And they'll run it on 3rd and 5. No gain on the play. Why don't you throw it on sportsmanlike conduct on fucking that? You know, obviously 3rd and 5, they run it. They're either thinking about going for it on 4th down if they, you know, get a little closer, or they're fine with settling for 3 and taking the points. You kick the field goal here. Do not go for it. Take the points. This will be from 41. Falcons was good from 40 earlier. They tied at 3. This will be to cut the lead to 10-6 after the Ohio State touchdown. So here's a 41-yard field goal by number 91, Alex Falcons. Snap, hold, kick. Good. Whew, that was close. Snuck it in there, but it's 10-6 with 4:16 to play in the half. So how's he going to get the ball back? They still got 3 timeouts. Hopefully, defense can make a stop. You know, maybe get the offensive ball back with good field before halftime. Because remember, I mean, Ohio State could probably double dip right now if they want to. Because you score before halftime, whether that's a field goal, touchdown. You know, you're looking at 13-17-6. You know, they score again early 3rd quarter. You know, you're looking at 24-6. And then you're down a couple of scores because you can't score a touchdown. You have to settle for 3. And then it goes back to the fumble, scoop, and score. That would have gave you the lead at 10-3, but then no, because of a penalty, they call back and then they end up scoring. So that's where we sit at right now. Penn State still hasn't been able to convert on 3rd down today. 0-6 now. And 2 field goals. Yeah, that defensive touchdown getting called back fucking hurts. That stings. Especially when they score a couple plays later after a few more penalties. So, yeah, defense going to have to make some more plays here, make some more stops. See them off the field. You know, if they can, the offense, drives because not field goal, you're down 10-9 at halftime, I'll take it. You have Ohio State right where you want them at. Just don't leave them off the hook in the second half. But then if, you can potentially get the ball back and score again before halftime or just hold them in general, even if you're not doing anything, from now until mid-third quarter, and then you finally kick the field goal again or finally score a touchdown for once, you take a lead. That's what they need, the momentum on their side. They had it with that fumble, scoop and score for a touchdown. About 70 yards, like I said, to the house. But then all in the blink of an eye, really a grab for the pocket and a flag that hit the turf, it was gone. So, yeah, it is what it is, but 10-6 here as we near halftime. So I'll leave it at that. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Coming at halftime, on first half stats and scores. See what the hell else is going on in college football right now. There's not much. I said this earlier. Window at noon. It's really like the best game. Watching a few other games as they're going into or already coming out of halftime. So, we are Penn State, of course, but we're a little behind, if you will. I mean, it's been a long first half. It has. So, Penn State on the kickoff here. As there's Chop Robinson getting carted away. Still in the locker room, they say, so hopefully he's okay. But Penn State on the kickoff. And looks like we'll have another touchback. So 1st and 10 Ohio State from the 25. They got 3 timeouts and 4 and change to work with before halftime. This defense can make a play like that again, That one stings. That one fucking stings. That might, later on, let alone the end of the fucking season, you look back on, and boom, that's the one play that, good or bad or anywhere in between, sort of changed some direction, if you will. So 1st and 10 from the 25, out of the pistol. They'll fake the run. McCord looking to throw. Pass complete. Marvin Harrison Jr. wide open at midfield. And they finally bring him down at the 40. How did he get that wide open? How did he get that wide open? Ran a wheel route? Yep. God damn. And Wheatley makes the tackle. So another 1st and 10 Ohio State. Boom, just like that. A 35-yard pickup into Penn State territory. Son of a bitch. Out of the pistol again. They'll run it. Kobe King on the tackle. You need to hold a field goal. You can't give up a touchdown. You can't be down 17-6 and then, give up another score early third quarter. You just can't when you're not doing much. You got to force a field goal. You're down 7, then 13-6 if so. If you give up a touchdown then early third quarter, you're down 2 scores. It's spot on, though, to tie it if you can hold. From there on out, McCord's pass, far side, incomplete. Coverage by Johnny Dixon. No flag on the play. Good no call, incomplete. They wanted a flag, they're not going to get it because it's not a foul. You get too fucking set in your ways. You want this, you want that. Think you're entitled to everything. Nah. That's a good no call. Watch them have a fucking makeup call, though, here in a couple of plays. There's the Nittany Lion. There's Brutus, I might add. 3rd and 8. But you got to hold the field goal. If not, better than that. And get a loss here, make them punt. Or nothing at all. Yeah, it's incomplete. So 4th and 8 from the 38. Do they kick a long field goal or do they punt and pin them deep? Offense coming off. But is the field goal unit going on or is the punt unit going on? We're going to see here in a second. Because if they get off the field, it's, 10-6. Getting the ball back. I mean, you're right back where you started from a second ago, and you're still there. They're going to punt. Watch the fake, though. It's 4th and 8. And whatever you do, don't jump off sides because then they might kick a field goal. Because it'd be about 55, 56 yards from here. They will punt. Pin Penn State deep. And it'll take a bounce at about the 5-yard line. So Penn State going to start ass to the end zone. 1st and 10, 2:43 to play in the half. They got 2 timeouts. Can they drive? Can they score some more points here before halftime? Field goal I'll take. Touchdown would be even better, taking a lead into halftime for sure, no doubt about it. Just nothing stupid. Don't be throwing a pick 6 here. No fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown on their end either. Don't go 3 and out real quick. Punt. They get good field, and then they drive and score again before halftime. Like, you got to move the ball here. You got to do something. You got to drive. And points would be nice. Ohio State going to get the ball back to begin the second half, though, once again. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 6. They'll hand off, and Allen gets about 8, maybe 9. 2nd and short coming up. Work this clock, too, if you can. Drive and score and make sure they don't get it back. And if they do, it's, little to no time left. So 2nd and 2. Aller out of the gun with the fat man to his left. Got a trips top of your screen to his right. 2nd and 2. Tight end comes in the block. They'll hand off. Fat man will get the first down. Under 2 to play now. 1st and 10, Penn State. Now you probably got to, go tempo a little bit. Unless you're in no hurry to do anything. You just want to work clock, not drive and score, which I don't know why the fuck you'd want to do that, but just, keep it where it's at. Which you still want to score here. You got 2 timeouts. You have the sideline. Minute 35 and still counting before they fucking snap the ball. I mean, they're burning clock maybe a little too much, though, even with timeouts. Aller looking to throw. And it'll be caught. First down, Penn State of the 30. That is Lambert Smith. And he's slow to get up. Holding his hamstring, it looks like. They're probably going to have to burn a timeout because of that now. God damn it. And Harrison Wallace has been banged up. Returned recently. Lambert Smith goes down. I mean, shit, they really don't have any. They have depth at receiver, but they haven't had anybody make plays, consistently so far this season. That's what I was saying earlier. The tight end is truly, their 3rd receiver. And then that's why they need to work the screen game in. Of course, continue to run the football. But healthy coming into the game, but now they're getting banged up during the game. So yeah, they need to get a drive going here. They need some rhythm build up for sure. They need the momentum going into halftime. They need to make a stop early 3rd quarter, right back where they started from again. Go do something offensively. And, I mean, if you have a lead at that point, okay, extend it. If you don't, then take it. But 1st and 10, Penn State. Hopefully Lambert Smith's okay. Clock's still running. Clock is still fucking running. Go. Aller going to step up and throw. Lobs it far side, incomplete, out of bounds. Intent for Liam Clifford. The little red dog, Sean's little brother. They're both from Ohio, from St. X and Cincy. He's wearing Columbus at the shoe for Penn State, Ohio State. He probably should have fucking tucked it and run with it. But then it falls incomplete, 2nd and 10. So, let's see what they do here. Got 15 seconds on the play clock. You're good. Game clock ain't running because of the incompletion. From the 31, Aller, far side, incomplete, intended for Warren. A little behind, it looked like. He wasn't even really looking for the ball. Luckily, the defender wasn't either, else it probably would have been picked. Incomplete, 3rd and 10. Ohio State, I might add, still has 3 timeouts. So they stop him here on 3rd down. They'll call one of them 3, get the ball back with 2 and, probably 35, 40 seconds or so, give or take, to drive and, do something themselves before halftime. Extend their lead, whether it be, a touchdown or a touchdown and a half going into halftime. And then they get the ball back still to begin the second half. From the 31, Clifford in motion. 3rd and 10, Aller, low snap. Going to step up. We'll say tuck it and run, but they're there. He's coming back across field in the middle, and it's incomplete. Something you don't want to do there. Throw across body, whole way across field. Luckily, it didn't get picked off. Intended for Wallace, incomplete. 4th down. They'll punt now. And Ohio State still has 3 timeouts with 50 seconds to play. So, the drive stalls. He should have ran right there. Not continue to roll out. And why'd he fucking go across field? He had a man going down the sideline. Throw it to him. And that would have been Lambert Smith, that looked like. He's back in already after the injury. He just got knocked the wind out of him. Penn State punts it, and it'll take a roll out of bounds about the 15-yard line. So Ohio State, they'll mark it at the 17 and a half. Make it the 17. 1st and 10 Buckeyes, 42 seconds. They still got 3 timeouts. Son of a bitch. How the fuck did that happen? You got to, force a field goal, let alone make sure they don't get anything at all. And then you go into halftime down 4. Well, Ohio State's just going to take a knee anyway, which is a surprise. And they're getting booed because, you have, game clocks are in the play clock now, going to halftime. Wow. Thought Ohio State was going to do something there. They don't. They take a knee with 3 timeouts, and they don't do anything. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. It helps out Penn State. They don't do anything there. But, Ohio State probably just don't do anything stupid either, which I can understand. So at halftime, Ohio State leads Penn State 10-6. And the Nittany Lions have the Buckeyes right where they want them at. They do. They just got to execute some more plays. They got to throw the ball downfield a little bit. They can continue to run the football consistently. Still nothing stupid. Of course, the fumble, scoop, and score on a touchdown they could call back because of a hold on defense is what's costing Penn State right now. Or else, we would have been tied at 10, I'd say. Not really, though, because it would have been Penn State 10, Ohio State 3. Ohio State scored a couple plays after that, a couple penalty drive for him. And then Penn State kicks a field goal. So, truly, Penn State right now probably could be up like 13-3, you think about it. Because all Ohio State has, other than the touchdown that they got after a couple penalties, after the fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown, was the field goal to begin the game to go up 3-0, okay? You look at it that way. Because you look at it as, it was 3-3, fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown, it's 10-3 Penn State, there's no penalty. Get the gear at PennStateClothes.com. Shout out to Family Clothesline. But we are Penn State, and the Lions have the Buckeyes right where they want them at halftime. It's 10-6 Ohio State. Ohio State will receive the second half kick as they won the coin toss to further option in the second half. So Penn State's going to have to make some more stops on defense, no doubt about it. Running game's got to be more consistent. Aller's going to have to make some plays. If they can get another turnover or two, special teams help out as well, I think they'll be fine. You just can't let this game get away from you. You got to make sure you're still in it. You got to keep giving yourself a chance. So I'm saying, find a way to win this game. I don't care what you got to do, but find a way to win it. Just don't be stealing signs like Michigan, all right? That's, I guess, one thing as Penn State and West Virginia fans can agree on. Eat shit, Pitt. That's one thing Penn State and Ohio State fans can agree on is for that team up north. But, you know, you look at, like I said, it was 3-3. The fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown. There's no hold. It's 10-3 Penn State. Ohio State doesn't get that touchdown a couple plays later after a couple penalties, I might add, on the same drive. Now, would they, have scored since afterwards? Yes. Maybe not, though, because they haven't. Who knows? That's just how it's played out. But then Penn State, in the meantime, has still kicked a field goal. All right, so that's what I'm saying. It could be like 10-3, 13-3 Penn State right now, not 10-6 that it is. But it is what it is at halftime. They just got to make some stops on defense, all right? So we'll see, of course, where we go from here. We'll see what, the kickoff pre-show for Big Noon Kickoff has to say. I'm sure they'll show some highlights as all these other games are right now as well. After a long first half, we hit halftime. Surprised Ohio State didn't do anything there before halftime with 3 timeouts. As the Penn State Blue Band is performing at halftime. We are Penn State. So, just as I said at the start, we got a good one on our hands here today, folks. Should come down to the wire in a 1-score game. Offenses really aren't doing much. It's a low-scoring defense showdown. This is Big Ten football. This is Big Ten smash mouth, 3 yards in a cloud of dust football. I think Ohio State's biggest play on offense was that 35-yard pass complete to Marvin Harrison. Penn State's might be half of that, if they're lucky, for that matter. You just got to keep chipping away, all right? Get some first downs, move the football. It's balance, it's consistency, all right? They have them right where they want them at. They just can't let this game slip away. They went on the road to Michigan last year. Had Michigan right where they wanted them at halftime, came out in the second half, and Michigan blew them out because they couldn't stop the run. So stop the run, let alone stop the pass. Continue to get the pressure. They're getting to McCord. They are. They sacked him once, sacked him twice on the strip sack, fumble, and then they got called back. He's almost thrown in a couple interceptions, so, keep covering well. But then even last year against Ohio State, the final 9:26 to play, that's when that game changed. It was frustrating as all hell. Penn State hasn't lost since, including with the Rose Bowl win as Ohio State won the Rose Bowl the year prior, also against Utah. But they just can't let this game get away from them. They got to maintain and control what they can control. Make sure you're in it and give themselves a chance to win. Because if so, they're going to be right there. Because they are right now, for that matter. But it's only the first half. We still got only half of what we played. It's a long game. It's a long first half, but it's a full 60. All right, one of these teams is going to win. One of these teams is going to lose. Somebody's going to be 7-0. Somebody's going to be 6-1. And it's just the name of the game. Because all anybody ever remembers is whether you won or lost. That's why I said you can do this, you can do that to extend this streak, to extend that streak. Nothing's going to fucking matter if you lose. Even if it does extend, for whatever it may be. It doesn't matter because you lost. Find a way to win this game. Okay? Find a way. That's all I'm asking. I don't care if it's by 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, let alone 10, 20, 30 points, if not more. Which it's not going to be. It's going to be, unless one of these two teams, takes advantage, and then we, have ourselves a shootout in the second half. Maybe the last team has the ball wins. it's going to be, as it is now, low scoring, and who's bending but not breaking on defense. That defensive touchdown, though, for Penn State's a stinger. That sucks. They could call it back. By far, that, especially if they lose this game, already looking ahead. Going to go back to that, because that's when it started. So, at least from then until halftime, we'll see how the second half plays out, because you're still going to have football to be played. And they did run the one trick play, handoff, end around to flea flicker. Both receivers ran the same fucking route, though. You know, like, somebody get open, for God's sakes. You know, if so, like, who knows, you might score on that drive. They ended up scoring with a field goal on that drive, but it might have been a touchdown, and we might have ourselves a tie game right now at 10. You know, because even so, like, once again, with everything I've already said, like, okay, Penn State, if there's not that hold on defense, they get the defense touchdown. Ohio State still could have scored since then. You know, it could be 10-10 that way, too. Like, hypothetically speaking, this way, that way, with what's happened as well. This is where we stand. It is what it is. It's 10-6 at halftime, so it might get chippy. We'll see how much the refs try to control this game. They were letting them play early, then they're throwing flags, and then they're letting them play again. So, you know, it's always a domino effect. There's always a trend there. It's just, you hope it doesn't decide the outcome of the game. You know, and as long as they're calling it down the middle, I don't have a problem with them. But if it's one-sided, that's when the problem occurs, as mentioned earlier. So, you know, yeah, they've been playing good defense. They just got to keep it up, you know, and the offense, as mentioned earlier too, when they've played on the road already this season, at Illinois and at Northwestern, making 2 trips to the land of Lincoln in 3 weeks, and then a bye week, and then, you know, shut out last week as well. As Penn State's now had back-to-back home shutouts for the first time since 1981. And they've only given up a total of 7 points at home in 3 straight games. That's also happened for the first time since 1981 as well, I might add. Penn State then won national championship a year later. So keep that in mind for what it's worth. But yeah, 3rd and 5, they had play call 2, they did run, and I forgot about that for a second, and then, you know, they kicked the field goal. It's like they're hoping, I think, get some more yards, maybe go for it, let alone kick it, but they got nothing, they have to kick it then. I mean, you throw it, okay, it might get picked off. At least you have those 3 points. You're not down 10-3, down 10-6, I guess. Look at it that way. But no, they have Ohio State right there what I'm at. They do. They got to play a full 60. They can't play the first half and then shit the bed in the second half. Because as I was saying, their away games so far this season, it's been a slow start as it's been today. And in the second half, that's when they really turned on the Jets. And then they beat Illinois 30-13, and then they put up 40 on Northwestern. So, yeah, that's Illinois and Northwestern. It's on Ohio State. But Ohio State ain't doing much right now either, I might add. You know, the difference in this game is, yes, 4 points, but the difference in this game is a Penn State fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown on defense. They got called back because of a penalty. A couple more penalties on that same drive. Ohio State then ended up scoring. They haven't done shit other than the field goal at the beginning of the game since, you know. So, like, it's 10-6. Like I said, it could be 13-3. Could be 10-3 Penn State as well. It could be 10-10. Really, overall, look at it, though. You take a touchdown off board, field goal game, it's 6-3 Penn State at halftime. So I'll leave it at that. As they show off highlights, we'll see where we go from here in the second half. I've said my piece for what it's worth for the time being. Just, they got to, you know, come out a little bit more fight, continue to give themselves a chance to win, and I think they'll be all right. You know, they just can't let this game get away from them. If they let it get away from them, then, you know, it's probably over with. You know, like if Ohio State's just balling out left and right, you know, and making plays and not necessarily blowing them out, but just wanting it more. Like, as we see the Aflac commercial with Nick Saban and Deion Sanders and the Buffalo for Colorado, the Bison, for the Clearfield Bisons. Not Bison, there's an S on the end, if anybody did not know. And that's the way it is and always will be, whether you try to change it or not. And then Nick Saban joking, well, we should have brought an elephant in, you know, for Alabama, the Crimson Tide. Penn State, I know a buffalo is not a bull, even though the males are, just like elk and, you know, steers, cattle in general. Penn State, they need to grab the bull by the horns in the second half if they want to win this game. Okay, they do. Plain and simple. And if they don't, then they're probably going to lose. You know, it is there right now for the taking. Are they going to, you know, grab it and take it? Or are they going to let it slip away? You know, that's what I'm saying. They have Ohio State right where they want them at. Just don't leave them off the hook. All right? So, there's not really much else to be said. So, at halftime, Ohio State leads Penn State 10-6. Here's some stats for you. As Drew Aller is 6 of 17, 91 yards passing. Nick Singleton has 6 carries, 45 yards rushing. The fat man, Katron Allen, 6 of 23, so there's balance there in the carries. They've run it 6 times apiece, which that's normal. I mean, the completions, though, on the attempts, you know, would like that to be a little bit more. Theo Johnson has a catch for 34 yards. Tyler Warren, 1 of 11. So, what, 2 for 45 to the tight ends when they have 4 for, you know, almost 50 to the 2 receivers. So, yeah, they got to air it out a little bit more, no doubt about it. But they got to keep running the football, you know. And then just as they stop you, that's when you open up play action once again. Beat them deep. They have not gone deep yet. Watch out for that in the second half for Penn State to go deep. Theo Johnson, a catch for 34 yards. Keandre Lambert-Smith, 2 of 27. Harrison Wallace, 2 as well, for 19 yards. Tyler Warren, a catch for 11, as mentioned. Falcons, good on 2 field goals from 40 and 41, respectively. And then Ohio State, Kyle McCord, 11 of 21, 125 yards. Myron Williams has 13 carries, 52 yards rushing and a touchdown. Chip, 3 of 10. He has a catch for 19 yards as well. Xavier Johnson, a carry for 7 yards. But Marvin Harrison Jr. leads the way for Ohio State receiving, 5 catches, 75 yards. Cornell Tate, 2 of 21. Chip, as mentioned, 1 of 19. And Cade Stover, 2 of 11. So watch out for these tight ends the second half as well, because they've been quiet this first half. And then Fielding, good for a 33-yard field goal, my dad. And his extra point on top of that. Some team stats. Taking Penn State's soul. Yeah, you do got to set the tone. That's an interesting comment, though. We'll see if he eats his words or not. Penn State's got to convert on third down, too. They're 0-7 on third down. They wanted to go for it on fourth down, remember, called the timeout. Really didn't come back to bite them in the ass, but you just don't know at that point in time. You know, 4th and, 5, less than that. And they wanted to go for it. Obviously didn't like Someone they saw called timeout, and then they punted anyway. Which was the right decision to punt. You know, pin them deep. I don't think Ohio State did anything that drive anyway. Could be wrong. It might have been the fucking, fumble, scoop, and score drive for all we know. I don't remember. Ohio State's 3 of 8 on third down, but Penn State's got to convert on third down. They have 8 first downs, but of course those are all on first or second down. They have not been able to convert on third down. They're 0-7. They haven't gone forward on fourth. They 1-2 the one time, called timeout. Burnt timeout, point time. It didn't come back to bite them, so it doesn't matter. They'll reset here. Total yardage, it's pretty similar. Ohio State leads by about 26 yards, though. 187 to 161. It's really in the pass game, 125 to 91. Ohio State leads passing, whereas Penn State is up 8 in the rushing category, 70 to 62. They're averaging 5 yards a tote, so even on the pass, like they're putting themselves in manageable situations. They just can't convert on third down. They can't execute on some pass plays. Just keep running the fucking football. You're saying Ohio State to run the football and take Penn State's soul. Well, Penn State, that's what they need to do. Keep running the fucking football. And just as they keep running it, don't get away from it. Keep running it. Wear them out. But I can probably guarantee you, and they're probably right. That's exactly what Ohio State is probably going to try to do with a lead. Because that's what you want to do with a lead. You want to run the football and work clock. It's not stupidity. It's common sense. Only 3 penalties, which is mind-blowing. It seems like there's been more than that. Penn State with 2 of them for 12 yards. Ohio State, the other for 5. No turnovers yet either. So remember turnovers the second half. Even though we did have the one, it was a fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown. It got called back for a penalty, though. So that was a costly penalty for sure. Even though I didn't agree with it, didn't look like a penalty. The penalty a few plays afterwards was, but that play wouldn't have happened if there wouldn't have been a penalty on the fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown, because then Penn State would have scored and Ohio State would have just got the ball back. Penalty could have happened on the next drive, yeah, but not then. And then, yeah, they end up scoring. And that's the difference right now. That is the difference right now in this game. It's 10-6 at halftime. Ohio State leading and time of possession by about 3 minutes as well. 16-36 to 13-24. So that's where we're at. Also right now in college football, we've got UCF and Oklahoma, Mississippi State and Arkansas, along with Rutgers and Indiana, Air Force, Navy, Boston College, Georgia Tech, Baylor and Cincy, Memphis and UAB, Western Michigan and Ohio. And then just kicking off will be Charlotte and East Carolina, Louisiana Monroe and Georgia Southern, along with Akron and Bowling Green. At 3:30, Washington State and Oregon in the Pac-12. Somebody's smoking cigars tonight with Tennessee and Alabama. South Carolina, Mizzou, also in the SEC. North Texas, Tulane. Got Minnesota and Iowa. Wisconsin, Illinois, and Northwestern, Nebraska, all in the Big Ten West. Got South Florida and UConn, Pitt and Wake Forest, Oklahoma State, West Virginia, Central Michigan, Ball State, Eastern Michigan, Northern Illinois, Buffalo and Kent State, Texas at Houston, Toledo at Miami, Ohio, UTSA and Florida Atlantic, Hawaii, New Mexico, Virginia, North Carolina, Ole Miss, Auburn, Texas Tech heads to Mormon country to take on BYU, TCU at Kansas State, App State at Old Dominion in the 757, Coastal Carolina and Arkansas State. Got Colorado State at UNLV, Utah State and San Jose State. Big Ten Saturday night, Michigan stealing Michigan State signs. Got Duke and Florida State in the ACC. Army will play at LSU this evening, so good luck, especially Death Valley at night, even though LSU paid homage to the cadets for the Army Golden Knights donning camouflage end zones for tonight's game. Utah and USC, got Clemson and Miami, which is a low-key under-the-radar game. Georgia State, Louisiana Lafayette, Nevada and San Diego State. Washington hosts Arizona State and Stanford after they came back and beat Colorado last week. On the road, host UCLA. Already this week in college football, as we've now been playing every day of the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, some Friday night football as well. Liberty beating Middle Tennessee State 42-35. Jacksonville State beat Western Kentucky 20-17. South Alabama beat Southern Miss 55-3. Florida International in double overtime went to Sam Houston State, who is still winless, and won 33-27. New Mexico State 28-7 at UTEP. Got Rice over Tulsa 42-10. JMU beat Marshall 20-9, and Temple got shut out last night against SMU 55-0. Later on, if we get around to it, we'll preview next week. As Ohio State will play out Wisconsin, and Penn State will host Indiana at high noon on CBS next Saturday. So be sure to tune back in live on YouTube for those live watch-along reactions. As the Lions will return home after today's game, win or lose, and host the Indiana Hoosiers. As we begin the second half, tackle for loss, Adisa Isaac for Penn State. Make it 2nd and 15 for the Buckeyes after a touchback on the kick. First 10 and 25, back them up 5 yards on that loss. Be Ohio State 2nd and 15 from the 20. It is 10-6 Ohio State on top of Penn State here, early third quarter. Thanks for tuning in and watching. Pass complete near side. Kalen King on the tackle, wrapping him up right away, gets the 5 yards back that they just lost in the previous play, but make it 3rd and 10. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Make it 3rd and 9 officially here, a minute in the second half. Come on, defense. Let's go. Records pass on the slant, incomplete, almost picked off by guess who? Daquan Hardy again, but it falls incomplete. It is 4th and put a 0 in the middle, 9. JVP forever. Ohio State will punt, going 3 and out to begin the second half. Penn State getting the ball back, down 4. See what they got on offense. See if they can get a drive going and running the football and working some clock and scoring some more points here. Ohio State will punt. And he shanked it out of bounds, but it got a little bit of a roll. About 30-yard line, 32-yard line, give or take. 1st and 10, Penn State from there. So, nothing stupid. Take what the defense gives you. Run the damn ball. No doubt about it. Got to air it out, though, too. Drew Aller's going to have to make some plays. Just don't turn the ball over here, okay? Load on the rest of the way. And then that turns into Ohio State points, and that's why you lost the game. No turnovers. They need a drive. They need momentum. They need some rhythm. From the 31, 1st and 10, Penn State here to begin the second half as Ohio State goes 3 and out to begin the third quarter. And up to the line they go. Got 10 seconds on the play clock. They've done that a couple times already today. They'll run it. Fake the give, actually. Slant complete. First down. Lambert Smith back out there after the injury scare at the tail end of the first half. 12 yards on the reception. They'll move the 6, 1st and 10. From the 42. Now they'll run it. Singleton for 2, maybe 3 yards. 2nd down. Keep it up. Get right back to it. I mean, eventually you're going to break one. I mean, they were running the ball extremely well earlier. Not necessarily got away from it. Ohio State started to make some stops. Penn State's game plan, not necessarily changing either, but just, hey, this is how the game's going. This is the way it is. You play through it. 2nd and 7 from the 45. Aller out of the gun. Fakes the give. And it's caught at midfield. Lambert Smith. We'll see where they mark him down at. I don't know about forward progress on there because he sort of cut back and probably be a gain of 3. It'll probably be 3rd and 4 here rather than 3rd and 2. So we'll see if they can get a first down. They do say 3rd and 2. They give them forward progress at midfield. All right. Get the first down. They'll run Singleton up the middle, and they stuff them. No gain. So Penn State going to have to punt, and Penn Ohio State deep and get back out there on offense. That's what one of these times they're going to have to run play action on that. I mean, I don't know if they ran that to the wrong side or what, but oh God, I was going to say, don't tell me they're going for it. They punt. It looked like the offense was out there for a second, but fair caught at the 6-yard line. So now it's back and forth with being a low-scoring defensive showdown, as it should be. It's Big Ten football, but then also just defenses bending, hopefully not breaking for Penn State's sake. It's a field position game, so something's got to give here eventually. We'll see what it does, but that's where we stand. 10-6 as both teams go. Well, Penn State did get a first down there, and then they saw the punt, but both teams punt to begin the second half. And we're right back where we started from, coming out at halftime, 10-6, Ohio State, 1st and 10. So, meantime, next week in college football, might as well say these now and get them out of the way. Thanks once again for tuning in and watching. Next week, we'll have on Tuesday, New Mexico State and Louisiana Tech and Liberty in Western Kentucky. Next Wednesday, Jacksonville State and Florida International, along with UTEP and Sam Houston State. Next Thursday, Syracuse and Virginia Tech, along with Georgia State and Georgia Southern. Next Friday night, FAU and Charlotte. And then next Saturday, for some kick times to be determined on a 6-day window, it looks like all in the ACC. Florida State, Wake Forest, North Carolina, Georgia Tech, Duke and Louisville, Clemson, NC State, Virginia, and Miami. And then, of course, Penn State will host Indiana at noon on CBS next Saturday. Ohio State at Wisconsin next Saturday night on NBC. However, also next Saturday we'll have Oklahoma and Kansas, UMass at Army, UConn at Boston College. So those 4 teams really aren't traveling that much. Maryland's going to go to Evanston, Illinois to take on Northwestern. South Carolina and Cal Phil take on the Aggies at Texas A&M. Houston at K-State. West Virginia is playing at UCF in the Big 12. Yes, West Virginia and Central Florida from Orlando in the Big 12 next Saturday. Who would have thought? Probably watching that game as well next week. That's at noon. We'll probably watch for sure Indiana, Penn State, Oklahoma, Kansas, South Carolina, A&M, and probably Western UCF. Unless one of those ACC games gets put up at noon, which very well could happen. We'll see. Next Saturday, Florida State, Wake Forest, North Carolina, Georgia Tech, Duke and Louisville, Clemson, NC State, Virginia, Miami, along with Oklahoma, Kansas, Penn State hosts Indiana, of course. Got UMass and Army, UConn, Boston College, Maryland, Northwestern, South Carolina, Texas A&M, Houston, K-State, West Virginia, UCF, Tulsa, SMU, and then Western Michigan, Eastern Michigan. Coming up soon, we'll get into the rest of next week's games. Second down coming up in the meantime for Ohio State after a 4-yard pickup there. After both teams punted at the beginning of the second half. 11, 15 and counting to play in this third quarter. It is 10-6. 10-6 Buckeyes on top of the Nittany Lions. From the 11. 2nd and 6. And Ohio State will run. And Bill Carter wraps him up after a 2-yard pickup. So third down coming up and 4 for Ohio State. Can the defense get off the field again? Third and 4, slants caught by Marvin Harrison Jr. First down. And they finally wrap him up. Yeah, Kalen King's getting picked on today for sure. From the 21, 1st and 10, late whistle, maybe a false start. There's a flag on the play. And a false start on Ohio State. 5 yards, back them up. Be 1st and 15 now. All right. So back of the 16, 1st and 15. And McCord will hand off. Penn State right there to wrap him up. That's denied Dennis Sutton. DDS 33 on the tackle. After another 2-yard gain, so 2nd and 13. Come on, defense. Ohio State going to go hurry up here. But all day on the play clock, but they snap it. McCord looking to throw. It's complete near side. Julian Fleming gets the first down. He's from Pennsylvania, went to Ohio State. Probably a late hit on Penn State here. Or are they getting Ohio State on a hold? If so, back their ass up. Holding on Ohio State, 10 yards, replay the down. Or actually half the distance to the goal. Be 2nd and long. So take off the first down. That's a big penalty for them for sure. And then I saw that, the potential late hit, but then they're like holding and they called it. They could have called either, and they called the hold because that's what happened first. And at least they saw it. Yeah, 2nd and 22. They'll run a draw or a screen here, fucking something, get themselves in a manageable situation for 3rd down. Just don't give up 23 yards. Penn State's defense been put in situations so far this season, 2nd, 3rd, and long, and then they give up 1 more yard than they need to. They go take them down the sack, though, back at the 3-yard line. Another sack by this Penn State defense. And make it 3rd and about 30 now. 3rd and 28 coming up for Ohio State. Come on, boys, let's go. Third and 27, they say. From the 4, out of the gun, they'll run a draw, and they tackle for loss again. Back of the 2-yard line. This defense is starting to show the fuck up. Yeah, let's go. Even though they've been there making plays, they're making as, big of a play as they have thus far right now. So 4th and long, they'll punt. You bring a block unit on and try to block this. Don't rough or run into the punter, though. You don't want an automatic first down on 4th and 27. You want good field position out of this for sure. Maybe Daquan Hardy can put Penn State's offense in a good spot. We'll see. Ohio State will punt. And it'll be fielded. Actually, it'll take a bounce at midfield and roll down inside the 30. God damn. To the 25-yard line. A 71-yard punt. Jesus Christ. With 1:7 to play in the 3rd. Penn State getting the ball back, still down 4-10-6. That good field position just got pushed back because of the good punt. God damn. Credit the defense, though, man. They just fucking stepped up and made a few plays. Put Ohio State back, up against the wall, if you will. But then their special teams, like, that's also a good special teams play. You need special teams to step up. They just boomed it for 70-plus yards. And Penn State, okay, the average starting field position of the 25-yard line again. Here we go. Rather than at midfield. It's a good decision to let it, go because he probably would have got drilled or might have muffed it or got nothing. I mean, nothing would have been better, though, than the negative 25 that it took on the bounce, though. But, I mean, that ball just kept fucking rolling and rolling and rolling. It's like somebody was fucking up against the ball, blowing it, and it just kept rolling. I don't know how windy it is. It doesn't seem that windy, but it just took a good bounce and a good roll, and there's nothing you can do about that. So, but the offense still has to do something here. You got to get a drive going. And, you know, the spark is coming off the defense making stops. We'll see what the offense can do now. But, man, they're right there with them. They are. That's what I said at halftime. Grab bull by the horns. It's there for the taking. Take it. All right? Because they have them right where they want them at. So don't leave them off the hook. Because that's going to sting even more. Let alone it goes back to the fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown. Because all Ohio State has offensively other than that is a fucking field goal. At least Penn State has 2 field goals. But then, you know, they do have the touchdown. Also on offense, I might add. A couple plays after the fumble because the drive, because of the penalty, stayed alive. And then a couple more penalties here, able to punch it in. So, yeah, that's where we're at. First and 10, Penn State from the 25-yard line. Come on, boys, let's go. What do you got? What do you got? First and 10, Penn State with Drew Aller at quarterback, fat man Katron Allen and a tailback. They got to get these receivers and tight ends the ball, though. They got to move the ball. First and 10, officially at the 24-yard line. Lambert Smith in motion. And they'll run the fat man, and he gets tackled for a loss of 3 in the backfield. So now they're starting to stop the run, so they're going to put the game in Drew Aller's hands to beat them. So they're going to have to throw it. Second and 13 now. Come on, guys. Aller looking to throw, going to step up, tuck it and run. All right, he gets 4, maybe 5, so it's third and less than 10, yeah. 8, they say. Just get the first down, all right? Just get the first down. Keep the drive alive. You need 8 yards, get 9. Aller, near side. Lambert Smith. Where's the flag? No. Incomplete, 4th down. So Penn State will punt. So that's all these teams have done this third quarter is punt. That's a fucking hold right there. How is that not PI? That's the thing. You want to throw flags for this or that, at least call it down the fucking middle. Ohio State ball, first and 10, about 35-yard line. After the Penn State punt, so. Still 10-6 here. Defense going to have to make some more plays, make some more stops. Relying on them way too damn much, for sure. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But also next week in college football, you got Memphis and North Texas. The biggest cocktail party with Florida and Georgia down the line in Jacksonville. BYU at Texas should be interesting. Oregon goes to Utah. Notre Dame will host Pitt, so eat shit. Mississippi State at Auburn. Michigan State, Minnesota. Purdue and Nebraska. Iowa State, Baylor, along with East Carolina, UTSA, and Southern Miss, App State. Miami, Ohio, and Ohio. So the Red Hawks and the Bobcats in the MAC. USC will be at Cal. Tulane and Rice. Arkansas State, Louisiana Monroe, Louisiana Lafayette, and South Alabama. Boise State on the Blue Turf hosting Wyoming. Marshall at Coastal Carolina should be interesting. Washington goes to Stanford. Tennessee at Kentucky. That should be a good game as well. Air Force, Colorado State. Troy, Texas State. Wisconsin, as mentioned, hosts Ohio State. Vandy at Ole Miss. Colorado at UCLA from the Rose Bowl next Saturday night in primetime. Washington State, Arizona State. Cincy and at Oklahoma State. Old Dominion, James Madison. Oregon State, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, along with UNLV and Fresno State. And from the islands of Hawaii, next Saturday night at midnight, early Sunday morning, the Rainbow Warriors will host San Jose State. Fox Big Noon Kickoff is already announced. They'll be in Lawrence, Kansas for Oklahoma and Kansas next Saturday at noon. College game days either going to be in Louisville for Duke, Louisville, let alone for the Florida-Georgia game. If not, Oregon, Utah. Go out to the Great Salt Lake. Or even to the Rose Bowl. Or to Madison, Wisconsin. And jumping around for Ohio State, Wisconsin, or Colorado, UCLA. So, James Madison is undefeated, and they host Old Dominion, though, too. So, maybe they go the FCS route, that they used to with them and, a few others. But now, of course, JMU Division I, it's still the bowl ban because of scholarships to get those to the max level. UNLV Fresno State's interesting, too, in the Mountain West next Saturday as well. So that's a recap and a preview of some college football. In the meantime, Ohio State, after another Penn State punt, still 10-6, second and 9. McCord's pass on the slant, caught. Guess who? Marvin Harrison Jr. again. Will somebody fucking cover his ass? He's going to end the game with over 100 yards receiving, for God's sakes. Gets a first down out past midfield. Ball at the 48-yard line. And McCord looking to throw. Another slant complete. Julian Fleming. And it's 4-on-4 along with 41 as Kalen King and his twin brother Kobe King make the tackle on Julian Fleming. First and 10 Buckeyes. Actually, second and short, they say. Second and a yard. And McCord going to throw again deep down the middle. Oh, my. Good coverage, but he still made the catch. Cade Stover down the middle of the field. Ohio State's got a first and 10 at about the 10-yard line. Son of a bitch. First and 10. First and goal, really, from the 9. Handoff. Pile still pushing to the 5. So second and goal from there. Devin Brown in at quarterback. Here comes a run, but watch a throw. Watch a jump pass. And he'll keep it on the run. And does he get in? No. Third and goal at the inch line for Ohio State. 10-6. This is just back to Oklahoma State with Mike Yurcich and Jim Knowles under Mike Gundy, who is a man not 40 anymore, but they know each other, so damn well. With the play calls, as Ohio State's backup quarterback, and Devin Brown is down injured after the goal line stop. So it'll be 3rd and goal, Ohio State, but they'll probably still punch it in here, I guess. We'll see. Force a field goal, that's even better. You're only down 7 then rather than down 11, which is a 1.5, 2-score game. With a touchdown and 2-point field goal run to tie it. Unless you score 2 touchdowns and take the lead. Which, remember, they have the touchdown on the fumble, scoop, and score, but then they got called back. Ohio State ended up scoring a couple plays later. Penn State a field goal, but we've been deadlocked at 10-6 since then. But they're knocking on the door. So, mid-3rd quarter. Yeah, we'll see here. But an injury timeout. Hopefully it's okay, but just they're still right there. They're just starting to let it slip. They are. So we'll see. Because, Ohio State starting to stop the run. Penn State's really not throwing it that great. They need to. Of course, they want to win this game, but so they haven't taken any shots. They haven't. No matter what, yeah, throw it deep, chuck it deep. But no, you still don't, want to do just that, because then they'll know exactly what you're doing. So you got to be balanced. You got to mix it up. So yeah, we'll see. But 10-6. Ohio State knocking on the door, looking to extend their lead. As Penn State might be in trouble here. Penn State might be in trouble. We'll see. Just if only they could make some plays, as Ohio State is. All comes down to execution. But we'll see here. So 10-6, 3:08 to play in the 3rd. It's 3rd and goal. Ohio State ball at the half-yard line. Looking to punch it in again. And they'll work out of the eye. And Penn State stuffs them. Loss of 2. 4th and goal. Force the kick. Be down 7 rather than 11. Even though Sheets is better than both them and Wawa, even though they're always open. Wheatley, Adisa Isaac. Offense going to stay out there. It'll be 4th and goal, Ohio State at the 2. Yes, 2-yard line. They're going to go for him 4th and goal. Timeout. Got a whistle. Timeout, Ohio State. Back and forth with the mind games. They'll kick the field goal now. Wouldn't be surprised they still line up to go for it, though, but Ohio State with a timeout. 2:17 to play in the 3rd. They'll have 2 the rest of the way. Penn State with 3 still. It's 10-6. And decision to make. You're going to line up to go for it on 4th and goal. Call timeout. What do you do now? Penn State sending their defense out, and rightfully so. I mean, you'd rather have your fucking starting defense out there in case they do go for it or run a fake, you know, if they would kick it. But they're going to go for it. All right, defense, what do you got? Let's make a stop. And then you got, if you stop them, you got to take advantage of it. You got to capitalize off the momentum. You got to drive and score then. 4th and goal, Ohio State. They're going to go for it. Pass in the flat. It's caught. They stuff them. No gain on the play. Turnover on downs. Penn State ball at the 2-yard line. 2:12 to play in the third. Still down 4 as it was at halftime. 10-6. They're going to have to drive the length of the field, 98 yards. But, you know, sometimes this is what it comes down to, and you need one of those long scoring drives that, okay, this is when they, you know, took advantage and never looked back. So we'll see what the offense has got. I mean, you can't make the stop and then now the offense doesn't do anything. You punt, you give them the ball back, they score, you know, time's going to be starting to run out here before too long. The offense has to do something here soon. 1st and 10, Penn State at the 2 after they get a turnover on downs. Ohio State does not get anything on that drive. Penn State will run it up the middle, 2 yards. 2nd down and 8 coming up. Like, get the run game going here. Get a 1st down or 2. Get the tight ends involved. But I'm telling you, take your fucking shot before too long. Because then you wait, they know it's going to be coming late then. You know, do it here soon. You might catch them off guard. If you can get the run game going, work some play action in, and then just beat them deep. I'm not saying to be the dagger, but over the middle, it's caught. Who is that? Dinkins. Singleton, 10, not 16, excuse me. Be 3rd and short for Penn State. So they got to get a 1st down first off. You know, drive's still got to stay alive here. So keep moving the football. Just get a 1st down. 3rd and a yard. I don't want you throwing it 50 yards downfield. Get the 1st down. Work a fucking empty set. And then now they'll motion everybody back. Out of the gun. Back to his left. Receiver, top of your screen. To the bottom with a tight end. They'll run a screen. Singleton. Oh my God. He drops it incomplete. 4th down. They're going to have to punt. So they go 3 and out after that. All that just happened anyway. Son of a bitch. He had it. Yeah. He wanted to run. He's got to catch it and run before run and catch. Son of a bitch. And now they got a punt. So the defense is going to have to get him another stop. So Penn State will kick it away. It'll take a bounce at midfield. They touched it. Elsdon on it. Penn State ball at the 48. That's a turnover. 1st and 10, Penn State. Let's go. Now you got to capitalize off this. I mean, talk about a wave of emotions. Talk about a sequence from, you know, within the past 2 minutes, for God's sakes. You got to score. You got to drive and score. And it was Joling Fleming who said, fuck Penn State, I'm going to Ohio State. Cost Ohio State with a fucking fumble right now on the punt return. So fuck you. Penn State ball at the 48, 1st and 10. Elsdon on the recovery. Run the ball, get to the 4th quarter. You got 44 seconds to play here in the 3rd. You need to run one play. Just don't do anything stupid yourself. They'll run a double pass. Lambert Smith. Oh, they had it. Son of a bitch. So, yeah, they wanted the double pass. Lambert Smith made the catch far side on the screen. It was behind the line, so it's legal. And then, yeah, they wrapped him up and pushed him out of bounds before he had time to throw. Clock still running. 1 second differential between the game clock and play clock. You got a 2nd and 12. You do not need to snap this. Let the clock. They jumped off sides. That's fucking 2nd and 7. So the hard count works. They can still drain the clock to the end of the quarter and have a 2nd down and manageable to begin the 4th, down 4. with a short field to work with after the turnover. So 2nd down and 7 here for Penn State. They don't need to run a play. Clock is running. Let it run. Let the 3rd quarter expire. Give yourself a 2nd and 7 to begin the 4th rather than a 3rd and shorter or a 3rd and long. End of the 3rd quarter, it's 10-6 as it was at halftime. All these teams did in the 3rd quarter was punt, let alone Penn State makes a defensive turnover on downs, and then they go 3 and out, but then they punt, and then they get the turnover on the fumble on the return. Penn State with a 2nd and 7 to begin the 4th, down 4. Keep running the football. You got to work some play action into this here before too long. You got to take your deep shot if they're going to even run it. They wanted the double pass there, and that was going to be the deep ball. And it looked like he had them too. The difference, though, right now in this game is a fumble, scoop and score on a touchdown for Penn State. They got called back because of a defensive hold. A couple plays later, because of another couple penalties, Ohio State scored. That's been the only touchdown in this game. It's been 3 field goals total. Penn State, as we see the Big Ten commercial once again, from Nebraska to Iowa to Minnesota to Wisconsin to Northwestern and Illinois, make it Purdue and Indiana, along with Michigan and Michigan State, Ohio State, Penn State, and Maryland and Rutgers. Of course, going to have to add in USC and UCLA along with Oregon and Washington next year, as the Big Ten will expand to 18 teams, no divisions. Of course, that said, this is now you got to take care of business first off. But yeah, I mean, like I was saying at halftime, that touchdown doesn't get called back. Penn State had a 10-3 lead. Ohio State has 3 points. That's it. Penn State has another field goal. It's 13-3. You know, you're driving and scoring here. If all this still happens, like, you can probably put this game away at that rate. Let alone, you know, really like 6-3. Yeah, it was 3-3. Penn State scored, called back, Ohio State scored, so 10-3. Penn State kicks a field goal. Could have been 10-10. You know, could have been 13-3. 13-10. You know, any which, you know, combinations of those as mentioned. But it's still 10-6. And now they have some momentum on their side. They need to take advantage of it. They need to drive and score. And then the defense needs to make some stops. Continue to make stops for them. No doubt about it, which they've done all season long, all game long. Like I've said, you know, all season to this point, I'd put this defense up against anybody and believe in them. That's how good they are. It's at times the offense, can they get going? So Penn State closed with family clothes on again here. Hopefully you're wearing your blue and white gear, cheering on the Lions today. But they gotta drive and score here. They gotta drive and score. To begin the 4th quarter, it is 10-6 Ohio State on top of Penn State. This is as close as this game has been in years. That's why I said at the start, for whatever reason, like all week, it was the feeling of the 2008 game with these two. And Penn State went into the horseshoe and won. And that's the same feeling I had this week into today. Like, they have a damn good chance if they can just give themselves a chance. And they are. They just got to, you know, maintain the momentum they have. They can't let this slip and slide away. 10-6 going into the 4th quarter with Penn State and Ohio State. And Penn State's got a 2nd and 7 now going right to left across your television screen right on dial. So we'll see what they do here. But you got to keep the run game going. Telling you, play action. Deep ball or down the middle of the field of the tight ends. I don't care if it's Theo Johnson, Tyler Warner, or Khalil Dinkins. let alone Lambert Smith, Harrison Wallace, whoever steps up to the third receiver. Get him the fucking football. Can't have that happen, though, to begin the fourth. Ohio State sacks Drew Aller. It'll be 3rd and a mile now for the Nittany Lions. Son of a bitch. Yeah, will somebody block him? Third and 15, they say, back at the 43. They have not converted yet on 3rd down. They're 0 of 10 on 3rd down today. Absolutely piss poor. That's pathetic. Aller's pass complete. Johnson breaks a tackle, gets a sack yardage back, but they're going to have to punt now from midfield. So this defense is going to have to bail their ass out again. They're going to go for this? Okay, I was going to say, I don't fucking think so. 4th and 10. Here comes the punt unit. They'll boom it away again. I don't think Lightning's going to strike twice with what just happened on the other return. Fair catch thing before at the 10-yard line. So, Ohio State going to ways to go here. They're going to try to work clock. So if Penn State can stop the run, let alone cover, just make some plays, make some more stops, get the ball back. They're going to have another chance here. They still got a whole quarter, 13 and change to play. So just frustrating. They, get the stops, but then they can't do anything on offense. They're looking like the Pittsburgh Steelers at sometimes. But it just is what it is. By the way, the Steelers play at the Rams tomorrow at 4 o'clock, so be sure to tune in live here on YouTube for those live watch-along reactions. But, yeah, defense going to have to bail them out. No turnover would be awesome, I'm telling you. Or just get a punt, get the ball back, and drive and score. Like, let alone a punt return for a touchdown. I had 2 of those last week. In the same game, by the same play, first time ever in program history that's happened. So it probably won't happen for a while. But, yeah, the fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown. Big play in time. Got called back because of a penalty, and the big play, looking back on it. Or else we'd be tied at 10, let alone Penn State has a 3-point, 13-10 lead. Pressure on Ohio State do something. Pressure on Penn State do something because they're still down 4 as they were at halftime. I mean, shit, they can't even get in field goal range now. I mean, even they have the 2 field goals, but even the last couple drives, you get in field goal range, you get a couple more points. It's 10-9, 12-10. Like, at least you get something out of it. Like, but no, nothing. You just give them the ball back. You're just playing fucking patty cake. So hopefully this defense fucking bakes them up something and get the ball back and, find a way to win this game. I don't care what it takes. Just don't steal signs like Michigan, as I've said a few times, let alone cheat in general, in between the lines of play. Do what you got to do. Find a way to win this game. So 1st and 10, Ohio State from the 10. So from the 10, 1st and 10 for the Buckeyes, up 10-6 here, 13:39 to play. Handoff, ooh, boom, Zane Durant clotheslines his ass. Down he goes. 2nd and long. Another tackle for loss for this Penn State defense. Boom, down you go. And then denied Dennis Sutton was right there to wrap him up anyway. So 2nd and 13. Back of the 7. And Kyle McCord looking to throw over the middle. Caught Marvin Harrison. Missed tackle out past the 30. Into the 35. He goes first down. What they did there, they just fucking spread everybody out. It took the defense deep. And then he came cut across the middle. He's wide open. And he hits them and, you know, gets a big first down. Missed tackle didn't help either. Give him another 10 yards. He has to have over 100 yards receiving at this rate. First and 10, Buckeyes from the 35. They got to get a stop. They can't give up a touchdown. They can't. Caught Cade Stover into Penn State territory inside the 40. First and 10, Ohio State. Yeah, they can't give up a touchdown. Give a touchdown, game's probably over. They force a field goal, they're still down 7 at 13-6. And then they need a touchdown then themselves to tie it. Now they're going to run the ball and work clock. First and 10, 36. Yep, they'll run it. That's a hold. That is a hold on 71. And then they finally wrap them up after about a 5-yard gain, second down. God damn it. From the 31, second and 5. And McCord will hand off. Abdul Carter with the tackle right at the first down marker, but we got the first down in the meantime, so first and 10, Ohio State. Well, yeah, no shit, jackass. First and 10, they'll run it again. And no gain on the play. DDS on the stop. So you got to force a field goal here. You can't give up a touchdown. And then going back to that fourth down Ohio State went for, they're probably wishing they had a field goal then. Because you kick a field goal here and they're both good, you're up 10, under 10 to play in the fourth. Like, Penn State would then need 2 scores. From the 25, second and 9, bubble screen complete to Marvin Harrison Jr. And then they finally wrap him up. It'd be third and about 3. So, yeah, you got to force a kick here. You can't give up a touchdown. You can't give up a touchdown. Because then if you do, you're down 17-6 at 11. Under 10 to play, even with 3 timeouts. You haven't scored a touchdown yet today. Kicked 2 field goals, yeah. But you need a touchdown, a 2-point, and a field goal, let alone just to tie it. Okay? Unless you score 2 touchdowns to win it. Somehow, some way. Third and 3 for the Buckeyes from the 19. Got a late whistle. They blow it dead and a timeout, Ohio State. So they'll have 1 left. And they were running an end around. And looked like he was going to score. So Penn State lucks out on that one, it looks like. So you had 9 minutes and 7 seconds to play. Ohio State up 10-6. And got a third and 3 coming up. Come on, defense. What do you got? They're going to stick with it. No commercial break as initially thought. But, man. All right, now they'll take a fucking commercial break. Well, you could have took the commercial break when you wanted to, and you'd already be halfway done. Well, they're just fucking wasting time. dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Hey. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Glad they brought back that Pacific Life whale commercial. I always like that. You couldn't tell if I can sing along with it. But got a good one with UCF in Oklahoma. 24-23 Sooners, under 10 to play. Mississippi State just beat Arkansas 7-3. And Rutgers at Indiana. Waiting on a score, 31-14 Scarlet Knights. So, looks like they're going to end up winning, as that game's also in the fourth quarter. So, come on, defense. What do you got? 3rd and 3. Can they force a kick? Let alone get a turnover? You know? Because if they give them a touchdown, like I said, game's probably over. They'd have to score twice. Either way, score twice. Well, that's a field goal. And then a touchdown and 2-point, or a touchdown on 2-point, then the field goal to tie it at 17, or just flat out score 2 touchdowns to take a 20-17 lead. Yeah. So you can't give them a touchdown here. You got to force a field goal. If not, less. Keep it at 10-6. And the touchdown wins it for you, which seemingly they're late third, early fourth quarter. That's looking that way. That you had, the turnover on downs, but then they went 3 and out, punted, got the ball back because of the turnover, had a good field, but they still couldn't do anything with it. Like they could have at least, tried to score then, but they couldn't. They've had their chances. They've had their chances. So, just is what it is at this rate. We'll see if they can make a stop here on 3rd and 3. 9:07 to play. 10-6 Ohio State on top of Penn State. Come on, defense. Who's stepping up? But Daquan Hardy. 3rd and 3 from the 19. They're going to run it. No, they'll throw. McCord, pump fakes, down the middle, incomplete, and no flag. Johnny Dixon on the coverage. So 4th down and 3, Ohio State with 9:03 to play will kick the field goal here, it looks like. Yep, make it a 7-point lead at 10-6. 13-6, from 10-6, if it's good. I don't know about a blocked field goal return for a touchdown here by any means, but 37-yard field goal, right down the middle, kicks up. Kick is, just barely good. It was curving left. If it would have been from any further, it probably would have hooked left, no good. But Penn State's still there. They forced the field goal, don't give it a touchdown. With 8:59 to play, it is 13-6 Ohio State. But Penn State, they got to drive and they got to score. If they don't, game's probably over. Even with a field goal, you're down 13-9. Another field goal ain't going to cut it. You'd still have to score a touchdown then afterwards. But you need a touchdown to tie this game up, to extend it. I'm not necessarily saying to go to overtime, but if it takes going to overtime, then so be it. Just find a way to win this game. So, of course, you're going to, at this rate, too, probably want to try to use as much clock as you can, if you can. Ohio State's been beating them there today as well. seemingly in everything, normally as they do anyway, as usual. But like Penn State's got to convert on third down for one. They just got to move the ball, get first down, get first down, get first down. Okay, go drive and score. You know, because as I was saying too, with taking up time on the clock, chew it up. You know, work as much as you can off. Just give them the ball back with nothing. But then you don't want to short yourself either. If they do something real quick, then time runs out on you, and then you don't even get the chance to play on. You know, this game could come down to a kick. We'll see. But they got to drive and score first off. All right, they got to drive and score. Got to tie it up. And if you score, you kick the extra point. You do not go for two. You kick the extra point. You tied at 13. So see if the offense has got. Ohio State is on to kick off, and Penn State back deep to receive after the field goal was up and good. It is 13-6 with under 10 minutes to play. Come on, boys. Let's drive and score. And whatever you do, do not turn the ball over. Okay? Can't state that enough. No turnovers. Nothing stupid. Even penalties. Nothing stupid there either on this upcoming drive. All right? And it was with 9:26 to play last year when Ohio State started coming back. We got 8:59 and counting to play here, and Singleton gets a return out close to about the 30-yard line, it looks like. So 8:51 to go. 1st and 10, Penn State, down 7. What do you got? Let's go. What do you got? Got a pretty good return, as mentioned, Penn State ball. 1st and 10 at the 37-yard line. Lambert Smith in motion. 8:51 to go. Penn State's down 7. And they'll run Singleton. Excuse me, the fat man, Katron Allen, who gets 3 yards to the 40. 2nd down and 7. Keep it up. Just keep moving the ball. Can't be going backwards. You got to move forwards, and you got to score. From the 40, 2nd and 7. Lambert Smith in motion once again near side. And they'll hand off. Fat man. And Penn State's got a 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4-ish coming up. See what they do here. They got to throw. And Ohio State knows it. It'll be 3rd and 3. But what kind of throw is it going to be? Telling you, tight end, middle of the field. They might take their shot here for all we know, too. They still haven't converted on 3rd down today. 0 of 11. Got a 3rd and 3 here, down 7 with 7.5 to play. Clifford in motion in the slot now, bottom of your screen. They will throw out of the gun. He pump faked and then gets rid of it. Incomplete, out of bounds. 4th down, and they're going to go for it. So from the 43, they're going to go for it. If they don't get it, game's probably over because then Ohio State's got a short field. They kick a field goal and score a touchdown, game's over. So Penn State's going to go for it here. 7:22 to play. 4th and 3. Down 7. Haven't converted on 3rd down. but they've been one of the best fourth down conversion teams so far this season in the whole entire country. They'll go for it on 4th and 3. Aller looking to throw. Jesus Christ. The fall's incomplete as he gets pressured, and ball's deflected on the pass. So turnover on downs. Come on, defense. You got one more stop in you. 1st and 10 with 7:17 to play. For Ohio State, up 7. Nobody would have been open anyway. Oh my God. If he would have went deep, he had him down the near sideline. So 1st and 10, and guess what? They're going to run the football and work clock. From the 43, 1st and 10 out of the pistol, they'll run it. And Penn State with a tackle for loss, but probably getting a face mask. So 15 yards, automatic first down, 1st and 10. So now here come the refs with all the fucking flags again. Son of a bitch. Personal foul, face mask on Penn State. So the penalties have cost them today. They have. That's a good call. The face mask for sure. And guess what? They're going to keep running the football and continue to work clock. And they got an even shorter field now after that penalty. Like, you would think they'd be telling themselves, hey, we're fucking sick of losing to Ohio State and Michigan. Yeah, they're going to drain this clock as far down as they possibly can, and a touchdown puts it away. Even a field goal up 10 puts it away. And they run a reverse, tackle for loss of about 4. So 2nd and long. Yeah, we'll see when Penn State starts calling their timeouts. If it's even going to matter. Some pushing and shoving. But 2nd and 13 coming up. They're going to drain this clock for what it's worth for the time being until Penn State starts burning them. But they're in field goal range as it is, 31-yard line. Like, time ain't going to be on your side and you're going to be down more. Slant, complete, Marvin Harrison Jr. Be 3rd and about 3 coming up with under 6 to play. And they'll kick the field goal if they don't convert. If they do convert, they'll keep the drive going and drain more time off the clock. And they run it and get a first down, so this drive stays alive. And, I mean, hell, they might... Well, Penn State's going to have to start calling their timeouts here. They might not even have to score. You know, I don't know. I mean, a field goal is going to do it, though, let alone a touchdown. And the heat's going to be on James Franklin for sure because he's still only beaten Ohio State once. And Michigan officially only 3 times. Missed tackle, and then they finally wrap him up. Another tackle for loss. So 2nd and 12, under 5 to play now. But once again, they're still in field goal range. So they drain clock, kick a field goal. You're still down 10, unless they miss it. You know, unless you can get a turnover here in the meantime. It goes back to the fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown. 2nd and 12. They'll fake the run. McCord's pass incomplete in the flat far side. Clock stops. 4:15 to play. Penn State still has all 3 timeouts. Mean Vanover down injured for Penn State. It is 3rd and 12 coming up. So if they can get a sack, get them in a long field goal situation, you know, let alone get them out of field goal range. They'll take a TV timeout here with the injury. Hopefully he's okay. But, you know, still time, with timeouts or not, offense can't move the ball. Time ain't going to be on their side. Like, they're letting it slip away because they haven't done shit since halftime. On the scoreboard, that is, at least. They've had their chances. They've had numerous chances. And they haven't done anything with it. Nothing. Not a damn thing. You know, they're 2 field goals. I mean, yeah, it goes back to that fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown, because if they have that, Ohio State doesn't have their touchdown, but then they probably score eventually anyway, so give them the 10 and then 13 points they have with another field goal, okay? Give them that. Penn State has the 13 then as well. We're sort of tied, let alone Penn State has a lead. You know, or then if they would, Ohio State, that is, kick field goal score here again, Penn State still has a chance with time and timeouts to drive and score themselves to win the game. But because they haven't offensively done anything other than kick 2 field goals, haven't converted, their 0-12 on 3rd down. They've had their chances because defense has made plays for them. They get a turnover on defense, return for a touchdown, come back because of a penalty. They get another turnover on a fumble. So they're plus 11 now, turnover margin on the season, but for what's worth, not much right now, along with everything else, you know. This is once again, all that anybody ever remembers is whether they won or lost, and they're losing, and they're probably going to lose at this rate. We'll see, though. Defense can make another stop, but they get another turnover on the punt return. Remember that, and then the offense couldn't do anything. You know, so like they've had their chances. They've had their chances to win this game, and they just flat out can't. So. Just frustrating. From the 19, 3rd and 12 for Ohio State. 4:15 to play. Penn State down 7 with all 3 timeouts. It's a false start. Over the middle, caught. Marvin Harrison Jr., and he's going to walk in, touchdown Buckeyes. So now Penn State's down 2 scores. So asking for 1 touchdown's a lot. Asking for 2 is too much. Because they're going to have to score twice to tie this game up. And Marvin Harrison Jr., for the most part, I mean, single-handedly, as he gets a touchdown. Williams had the touchdown earlier that really wasn't a touchdown because Penn State had the touchdown, but then it seems like then you go back to that too. That's not necessarily when Ohio State took control because Penn State was still in it, but the steam wasn't, full throttle. False start on that play too, by the way, in 71. No call. And then they score. So son of a bitch. Yeah, they couldn't cover him. You know, he has over 150 yard receiving and a touchdown. Have a rushing touchdown once again that shouldn't have happened, but it did. Because then if they don't have that touchdown or they have that touchdown though, with their field goals, they would have just taken the lead at 13-6 because we would have been tied at 6-6. You know, but now Penn State, rather than have to score 1 to tie it, they got to score 2 to tie it. With 4:07 to play and 3 timeouts. So from the 1 on the return, Trey Potts out past the 20, the 25 to the 30. No flag on the return for a potential hold by Khalil Dinkins. They let it slide. It's just the flags they've called, they've been on big plays. You know, there's been a lot of other penalties they've missed for sure. They're letting them play. But there's been penalties on huge plays today that, son of a bitch, just... It's going to be another one of the speeches of, we're good, but we're not good enough. I can already fucking hear it. 1st and 10 from the 30. And yeah, unless they drive and score here, get an onside kick and drive and score again and tie this game up, game's over. Allard's pass incomplete near side, intended for Harrison Wallace. And, you know, yeah, James Franklin's going to get a lot of heat. Not saying, you know, to fire him. You know, you still have 5 more games left this regular season. You still have a bowl game to be played. You know, last year they lost to both Michigan and Ohio State. They went and won the Rose Bowl. You know, the granddad of them all. It doesn't get any bigger than that other than the national championship game. Another incompletion, 3rd and 10. So, you know, there's still a lot for the taking. You know, it's only 1 game. They'll come down hard on him for sure, along with Drew Allard, as they probably should because he didn't play that great. You know, they're talking about the quarterback battle. Well, whoever plays better quarterback is going to win this game. Well, he had to be in Common Core in Ohio State compared to Drew Allard and Penn State. 3rd and 10 from the 30. Quarterback draw. On 3rd and 10. Down 14, and then a late flag comes in. Maybe a helmet hit. Automatic first down. Or is this a hold or a face mask or what the hell we got? So, yeah, just... They're going to pick it up. No flag on the play. Personal foul, face mask on the defense. 15 yards, automatic first down for Penn State. All right, 3:45 and 3 timeouts. You're down 2 scores. I mean, show some fight and drive and score. Get yourself back in this game. You know, take your shot. Where the hell has that been? That'll come back to bite them because, oh, no, that's not what we do. Well, I guess Corey Geiger might have been on to something. Yeah, but they're not in sync. They look like they're going through the fucking motions. They do. They are not looking good whatsoever here today, offensively. That is 2nd and 10 from the 48. Pump fake. And far side, incomplete, intended for Liam Clifford. 3rd and 10 with 3:26 to go. It is 20-6 Ohio State. Flag on the play again. We'll see what that dirty laundry is from the Zebras. Looks like it'll be against Ohio State here as well. Personal foul, roughing the passer. Automatic first down. So now I can understand Ohio State fans saying what I was saying earlier, with the flags, basically giving the other team like a chance, let alone just give them the fucking touchdown at this rate. So from the 37, first and 10 after another penalty. And Aller, when he gets pressured, he doesn't know what the fuck to do. And then he throws it away out of bounds, incomplete. They might get him on intentional grounding on that. And they will. So it'll be a loss of down, even with incompletion. This intentional grounding on Penn State. Be a spot foul, a loss of down, which doesn't mean shit because it's still second down. Like, if it's a true loss of down, it goes to third down. But, yeah, second and long here for Penn State coming up. Back at the 48, second and about 30 or 20. And maybe an offside, maybe a false start. Yeah, I don't know about that. They say false start and back him up another 5 yards, second and long. Now it's second and 30, back at the 43. Slant complete, Liam Clifford, and he dropped it, incomplete, third down and long. I would say give me a hell yeah with 3:16 to play, but Penn State's got a third and 30 down 14, so even with 3 timeouts. Third and 30, pass incomplete near side on a 25-yard pass. So 4th and 30 with 3:10 to play down 14. Here's your ball game, folks. Yeah, no shit. I don't know anymore, yeah. They need to look them fucking selves in the mirror, I'll tell you that. Fourth and 30, and down he goes on the sack. If only the offense was able to do something today. But credit to Ohio State's defense. They played damn good, as Penn State's defense did too. I mean, it was, low-scoring defense showdown there. Even circling back to the fumble, scoop and score for a touchdown for Penn State that they had, and then, Ohio State with their field goals, and they still scored, and they still, would have ended up with more points than Penn State did. So that was a big play, though. Earlier it was. I mean, that's sort of seemingly when it started to go away for Penn State, even though the defense was keeping them in it, the whole entire way. Yeah, if only the offense was fucking able to do something. So the streak of scoring, 30 plus in however many fucking games in a row at this rate, that'll come to an end. They're not going to win today, so they're not going to win 11 straight by 14 plus, because they're going to lose by 14 today. They haven't scored this few points since shit, it's been a while. Penn State with a timeout, 2:42 to play. The fewest points so far they've scored already this season was 30, and that was on the road. Next week, of course, they're going to be looking for the third straight home shutout, as they've already shut out Iowa and UMass, host Indiana next week. But 6 points, win or loss. Probably has to be the fewest since they've scored 17 last year in both types of games. You got to go back to 21 though. They only scored 10 in the Outback Bowl against Arkansas. Last time they scored less than 10 though. As Penn State with another timeout, Ohio State 3rd and 7, 2:51 to play. But this game's seemingly over. So, you know, well, excuse me. We'll see where they go from here. Yeah, they scored 7 in a loss at Michigan back in 2018. And that was also the last time they scored 63 twice in one season and lost Ohio State by 1, which it was close. And then, you know, they, today here, they just let it slip away, to be honest with you. They did, because the offense, they don't do a damn thing. So it's like the first time in 5 years they've scored, you know, this few points, win or loss. And you keep, you know, going back from there. I mean, because, you know, Penn State's known for run game and defense. You know, the offense today, you know, nowhere to be found. Like still looking for them. They've disappeared, vanished. You know, because even over time, the offense has been good. Defense still good. Like, just... Yeah, Ohio State with a 45-yard field goal here to go up 23-6. Make it, you know, a 3-score game. Kicks up and no good. All right, so I don't know what the hell happened there. Penn State with no timeouts. 2:41 to go. They need 2 touchdowns to tie it. You got to go the whole way back. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. Well, I'll hold that thought because there's still 2:41 to play here and they're getting the ball back. It's 20-6, but at this point in time, it's been 5 years, win or loss, since they've been held to under 10 points in the final outcome of the game, only scoring 7 at Michigan in 2018. You got to go back 4 years before that. It was homecoming. James Franklin's first year against Northwestern. And Penn State that day, as they had the names on the back of the jerseys for 2 years for those who stayed, they took the names off and went back to the, Black Shoes basically losing their names all game. 2nd and 10, pass complete, Lambert Smith near side, the 3rd and 2 coming up here. That was last time, win or loss. They lost that day, the Wildcats. They scored 6 points. You can dive even further. Last time they scored less than that. But that's what. 2 field goals, that's it. They've had their chances today, too. Here's truly your ball game. Penn State, 4th down and 1. About 1.5 yards, actually, under 2 to play. None in timeout, so they don't convert games over. Aller looking to throw. It's caught. Dante Cephas, the Kent State transfer, out past the 40 to about the 44. So 1st and 10, they'll move the sticks, but I mean, if they would score, we're going to have to look back at that. When was the last time they scored, less than 2 touchdowns? I mean, it really doesn't fucking matter because then a loss is a loss, and then they say they would score here. It circles back then for sure to the remember the fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown, that got called off. Especially in a 1-score game. It's Penn State from the 36, 1st and 10. You got to go. You don't have any timeouts. Time's ticking. They go down the middle, incomplete. So 2nd and 10, $1:24 to play. Yeah, they got to score here quick if they can. Get an onside kick, hope to get the ball back and score again and tie it at 20 because Ohio State just missed their field goal to really put the game away at 23-6. So 2nd and 10. Got all day on the play clock, 1:24 to play. They have no timeouts, so use the sideline. It's your friendly situation. Clock's going to stop. Especially under 2 minutes to play at the end of the game. Get a 1st down, clock also stops. Caden Saunders from Columbus, Ohio, committed to Penn State. He gets a Penn State 1st down. From the 19, Aller over the middle, dumps it off on a screen to the tailback, the fat man Katron Allen of the 15. 2nd down and 6. Gotta go. Under a minute to play. Show some fucking sense of urgency here. From the 15, 2nd and 6. You gotta score. Dump it off on a screen, incomplete. Gotta score, gotta get an onside kick. Hope to get that. And then drive and score again to tie it at 20. That'd be something if they could, come back and do that for sure. And then be like, well, where the hell was this all fucking gay? of 15 on 3rd down. When was the last time, as Ohio State will call their 3rd and final timeout? When was the last time, if ever, a team was 0 of 15, let alone 16 if they would convert here on 3rd down the whole entire day, throughout the whole entire game? Like, that's just pathetic. You can't even get 1 3rd down conversion. So 3rd and 6 here for the Lions. They need a kickstart for sure. We'll talk about the rest of the schedule later. Don't even fucking show it. 3rd and 6 from the 15. Aller, pass caught, 1st down, Penn State for the first time all day with fucking 45 seconds to play. Down 14. They got a 1st and goal. 1 of 16 on first down today. Oh my God. From the 8, first and goal, Aller. Short hops it incomplete. So second and goal, 37 seconds. Yeah, they got to score here quick, man. Because then you might have to fucking return the onside kick for a touchdown. From the 8, second and goal. Aller getting pressured, rolls out. And back of the end zone, caught. Touchdown, Penn State. Caden Saunders. He's from Columbus once again. Made 2 catches on this drive. And he's a Penn State Lion. And you kick the extra point. Kick the extra point. You're down 20-12. Kick the extra point. You're down 7. Kick the onside kick. And hope to get the ball. And then score again to tie it. You don't want to go for 2 here. Because you go for 2 here, you don't get it. You're down 8. And then you got to get the onside kick, score, go for 2 then just to tie. You're putting more pressure on yourself. Kick the extra point here. Do not go for 2. Unless if they get the 2, it's 20-14. You get the onside kick, you score, you fucking win the game 21-20 like it was in 03. But Ohio State with the win. Yeah, no shit. Now they're going to review the play. Of course they are. What's new when Penn State scores? So think about it. Tell us something good. It should stand as called. Touchdown, Penn State. Took them all fucking game. That's a touchdown. That is a touchdown. That is a touchdown once again. You have to find indisputable evidence to overturn it. It's a touchdown on the field. This should stand. Let alone be confirmed. Touchdown. So, of course, they're going to look at it, you know, through thick and thin and try and figure out a way that it's not a touchdown, but it stands as a touchdown. Now, kick the extra point. I don't know why the hell you're going to go for 2. Kick the extra point. Oh my God, they're going to go for 2. You kick the extra point here. From the 3, they're going for 2. Hope they get it, but you should kick the extra point here. They run a double pass. Lambert Smith in the back of the end zone, incomplete. So, yeah, now you're down 8. When you could have been down 7, you still got to kick an onside kick. Hope to get it. Hope to score. You have the extra point. You score again. You kick another extra point. You're tied at 20. You go to overtime. Rather than go for 2 as you did. Okay, if you get it, it's 20-14. You get the onside kick. You score again. Extra point would win it then, as mentioned. But then if you don't get it, which you didn't, you still got to kick the onside kick. You still got to score. And then now you got to go for 2 again. Under 20% on onside kicks. Successful rate this season. Only 17 of 87 teams have converted. Hopefully Penn State will be 18 of 88. With 29 seconds and no timeouts to drive and score, they'd still need a 2-point then to tie it. That's what I'm saying. You kick the extra point before. Kick the extra point again. If you'd even get it. We'll see. I can't even remember last time Penn State kicked an onside kick, let alone recovered it. So here we go. Penn State with the onside kick. Near side. And Ohio State will recover it, and that'll do it. The Buckeyes will beat the Nittany Lions 20-12 today. I still think you kick the extra point, you know, because then You only need another touchdown if you get the onside kick and the extra point to tie it, rather than not needing to go for 2 again. You know, unless you win it that way, then okay. But no, it's kick the extra point, get the onside kick, hope to score, kick the extra point again and tie it. But a 1-score game. It'd be an 8-point win for the Buckeyes. As I thought earlier, a 1-score game. As now 7 straight with these two have been decided by 10 points or less on an average. So Ohio State defeats Penn State 20-12. Post-game handshakes with Ryan Day and James Franklin. Son of a bitch. It just wasn't that or this or that. It was everything. See what Ryan Day has to say. I'm sure he's probably still wondering where the hell Lou Holtz is at, even though they made up yesterday. Yeah, Ohio State's defense did play good. Give them credit. Penn State's defense played good as well. It's just the offense couldn't do jack shit. Ohio State then scored 2 offensive touchdowns with their 2 field goals, as Penn State had a couple field goals themselves. Had the defensive touchdown that got called back that would have been nice to have. Especially they scored there late. You kick the extra point. Everything else goes away. It did. You're fucking tied at 20, and we play on. That was most definitely the play of the game. With that fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown for Penn State to go up 10-3 early. And it got called back because of the defensive hold. And you look at the final outcome, Ohio State wins by 8. Penn State wouldn't have gone for 2. They would have kicked the extra point, so it would have been a 7-point game. Let alone a tie game, then they have that touchdown. Oh my God, that's going to be a tough one to swallow. So, they give some post-game interviews. Be interesting to see what James Franklin has to say, even though he'll start, as always. Thanks for coming out and covering and supporting Penn State football. They didn't get the job done today. They didn't. I mean, this one's going to be a tough one to swallow for sure. And that's why I said, it just wasn't because of this or that, let alone, sick and tired of losing to Ohio State and Michigan, which I would hope they should be. They had them right where they wanted them at. They had their fucking chances to win this game, and they let it slip. I mean, shout out to the defense. I mean, they did anything and everything they fucking could until they broke. They bent, but you don't want to break. They did. Ohio State's defense, give them credit as well. It was a damn good game. I don't know what more you could ask for a top 10 battle in the Big Ten. And this loss won't hurt Penn State a lot because Ohio State's still undefeated. With the win, they'll be there with Michigan. At the end of the year in the game, of course, you have the Big Ten championship game. You have the college football playoff. Penn State has a couple good wins. This is a tough loss, but of anybody to lose to, you'd want it to be against one of the best teams in the country. It's just they still can't get over that hump. Because look, last year they lost to Ohio State and Michigan. They both made the college football playoff and lost, in the final minutes, final seconds for that matter, unless they both would have been playing in the national championship game. And then Penn State won the Rose Bowl. So I mean, at that rate, like, don't tell me that arguably those are, three of the best teams in the country at that point, even though Georgia's been, you know, putting opponents down like the dogs they are. Um, so this is a tough one for sure, especially in a one-score game, and they had a defense touchdown get called back. Even with as shitty as they played offensively, and then they, do drive and score then late, it doesn't matter. Everything matches up then on the scoreboard. They wouldn't have gone for two, like I said. They would have kicked it, been tied at 20, playing in overtime. Yeah, so 2 years in a row, it came down to a play or two with Penn State and Ohio State, which I'm not surprised. I figured it would again today, and it did. They've just been on the wrong end of these bigger games. They can seemingly beat everybody else for the most part, but then the big game, not necessarily lay an egg, but they just come up short. And the speech, I can already hear it. It's, yeah, we're good, but we're not good enough. We're not great. We're done. We're tired of being, mediocre, as he once said after they lost Ohio State, for that matter. It does start at the top, but as I was saying a little bit ago too, like, it's only one game. It's not a bad loss. It's not like they lost to fucking the Helen Keller, School of the Deaf and Blind, for God's sakes. That'd be a different story. No offense, to anybody who's deaf or blind by any means, but let alone Helen Keller herself. But like, it's a good loss to have. But it's also a loss that in a game that they had their chances to win, and they arguably probably should have won. That's the tough pill to swallow, especially with that defensive touchdown you'll call back, and then it ends up being a one-score game as your final score. So Ohio State goes to Wisconsin next Saturday night. Penn State hosts Indiana. So we'll see if they can get back on track. And so the season's not over. People are going to act like the season's over. The season is not over. Okay? They still have a chance to go out and play and beat Indiana, Maryland, Michigan, Rutgers, and Michigan State. And then a bowl game. And then who knows, with how crazy college football is, with, how the games go, who knows what the fuck's going to happen? Like, yeah, they're going to need some help, but the season by no means is over. They still have 6 more, at least 6 more games to play. It's just today, if the offense, was able to do anything and not wait till under a minute to play to actually do something. They were 1 of 16 on third down, and then they scored another play later. I didn't agree with going for 2. I would have kicked the extra point, get the onside kick, which they didn't anyway. Game's over then. But if you do get it, then you score again, you have another extra point to tie it. Let alone, well, if you, I can understand their thinking. Like, still, you just put more pressure on yourself. You didn't get it, which they didn't, and then they didn't get the onside kick anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. But still, it's like, just, believe me, the fucking sky is not falling. All right, it's not 0-5, and it's not 5-0 to 7-6. It's 6-0 to 6-1. And this is how it was last year. They went to Michigan and lost. Came back, beat Minnesota, and then lost against Ohio State. And they lose again today against Ohio State for the first time since they lost to Ohio State last year. They're on an 11-game winning streak that gets snapped in the process, I might add. We'll pull up some stats here in a minute. Thanks as always for tuning in and watching and supporting. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Be sure to also tune back in tomorrow and next week for more college football and NFL coverage. Live right here on YouTube with myself, here at Encyclopedia Sports, Kool and Luke 96. Yeah, defense played well. Of course, they gave up 2 touchdowns, whereas Ohio State's defense played well as well. Only gave up 1 touchdown. And then you have the field goals, involved as well. Because look, it started 3-0, and then it was 3-3. It was really, the play of the game, in my eyes at least. I don't know about anybody else's. Let me know in the comments below your thoughts and opinions on today's game. The fumble, scoop, and score for about 70 yards to the house for Curtis Jacobs. They got called back because of the defensive hold by Kalen King. As the refs were letting him play early, and then before halftime, it was like every flag was against Penn State. And then they were letting him play coming out of halftime, and then it felt like every flag was then against Ohio State in the fourth quarter. So it wasn't necessarily down the middle. I mean, they called the game they called, but they missed a lot of shit today too, no doubt about it. I mean, I get you can't call everything, but still, it's like you're calling this horse shit when you should be calling this horse shit. Or zebra shit, if you will, since that's what they are, zebras wearing stripes. This is going to be a tough one again. But the only, good way to get over it is to, get right back on the horse and go back to work and go out and win next week. They'll host Indiana next Saturday at noon. As today, on October the 21st, 2023, Penn State loses on this date for the first time since 1950, which is absolutely absurd. That's a 73-plus year record being snapped, broken today as well. Man. Yeah, it goes back to the defensive touchdown that got called off because of the hold, and then a couple of plays later, because of a couple more penalties, Ohio State scored. Penn State would have a 10-3 lead then. Ohio State could have still tied it, let alone cut it as Penn State did. But it was 10-3 Buckeyes rather than the Lions. And then Penn State cut it at 10-6. That's where we were at halftime. That's where we were at the end of the third quarter. Penn State had their chances. Don't get me wrong, no doubt about it. They had their chances. Really, it was... they could have gone field goal range a couple more times, kicking a couple more kicks, then okay. Hell, they couldn't even do that because they were 1 of 16 on third down. Let alone, to that point, you get late third, early fourth quarter, they get a turnover on downs at the 2-yard line, where Ohio State could have, very well scored and put the game away then, for that matter. Defense makes a stop. Offense goes 3 and out. Who would have guessed that? But, the offense just didn't play good today, Main reason, why they lost, if you will, even though, the offense didn't give up 20 points. The defense did, even though the defense played well. But, defense out there, because the offense ain't doing shit. Yeah, they're going to bend, and then you hope not to break, but then they break because Ohio State just wore them out, there towards the end of the game. And then the offense, they finally, played with a sense of urgency then late to drive them to score. And it was too fucking late. And then it, of course, came down to an onside kick. I say earlier a couple times, this game might come down to a kick. I wasn't thinking an onside kick. I was thinking potentially a game-winning field goal. But, yeah, it came down to an onside kick. They don't recover, and Ohio State wins it. But, they had their chances. And it was really late third, early fourth quarter, They get that turnover on downs. It's still 10-6. It's a 3-and-out then by the offense, but then they punt, you know, backed up the end zone. Yeah, you're going to punt. You're not going to go for it. You can give them an easy touchdown. I don't fucking think so. And then they get the turnover on the punt, and then the offense still can't do anything. It's like, what more do you fucking want the defense to do for you? You know, it's like, it's so fucking frustrating when, you know, the defense is, you know, balling, busting their ass. And then the offense can't do shit, you know. I feel like I watched a fucking Pittsburgh Steelers game, not a Penn State game today. I'll watch the Steelers tomorrow, and hopefully we'll tune in for those at 4 o'clock, about 24 hours or so from now, yeah. But just frustrating as all hell, you know. They had their chances. They did. And then, you know, even after that, Ohio State with a field goal. It's 13-6 with, what, 8 minutes to go? They're down a touchdown. They still can't do a damn thing. You know, just think if they scored that touchdown with fucking 20 seconds to play, then we'll still have the quarter to go. You know, and he still got timeouts. He still got some time to work with. You know, it'd been a whole different ball game probably. But it wasn't. It is what it is at the end of the day. But even with all that, I mean, then it's what, 13-6. Then they score. Okay, you're down 2 scores. And then the offense, oh shit, we better fucking do something before, you know, this game ends. So they score 12 points. Fewest with the 6 was 7 5 years ago at Michigan. I'm going to have to look here again. They scored 12 points today. When was the last time, win or lose, they scored 2 touchdowns or less, basically? Because once again, the fewest amount of points they've scored thus far this season has been 30. You know, they scored 17, like I said as well, a couple times last year. Scored 18 in a 9 overtime loss against Illinois. Even Michigan as well. It would be the Outback Bowl against Arkansas. They only scored 10 points that game on New Year's 2022 at the end of the 21 season. So, yeah, it was 20-6. They finally drive and score, and then it comes down to an onside kick, and then they don't recover. Like, yeah, you got to give credit to defense, you know. Literally balling, busting their ass, making stop after stop after stop. And then the offense, like, was Matt Canada under Mike Yurcich's, you know, costume today? His wardrobe? Does he fucking hack his mind or something like that? Like, I'd say today was as bad offensively as they've looked in shit a long time. Because even off the turnover, as they're plus 11 now on the turnover margin on the season, they couldn't even capitalize off of that with short field. You know, early 4th quarter, down 4. You know, like, that's when the fucking sense of urgency should be there. You know, game still for the taking. So take it. You know, grab the bull by the fucking horns and win it. Like, that's what I was saying. Find a way to win this game. But no, they let it slip away. They didn't end up scoring a touchdown until fucking 30 seconds to go. And then the onside kick, they don't recover anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. Game is over. And all that they had before that was 2 field goals. They had a couple more field goals, you know. Remember, Ohio State missed that last field goal they kicked. Think about from right inside of 40. I don't know what happened there, but it was no good. It would have been 23-6. 3-score game. Game's for sure over, whether they score or not. You know, it doesn't fucking matter. You know, you're not even probably attempting an onside kick. You're probably just going to kick it deep because the game's over. But because, you know, no timeouts, time still ain't on your side, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, that's it. Game's over with. Like, yeah, they had their chances by far, no doubt about it. time and time again, they did feel like, or they did, as it seemed like, it felt like that they were just going through the motions. Yeah. But credit to Ohio State's defense. They made stops. Penn State was able to run the ball early. Remember that. And they started, stopping the run. That's seemingly when they started to pull away, too. Because then they were running the ball themselves all right. We'll pull up some stats here in a minute. And then also, McCord was playing better than Mallard. So, it is what it is. Like I said, it's a tough loss, but it's not a bad loss. It's a good loss, even though losing sucks. You'd like to win them all, but it's the name of the game. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. And Ohio State, flat out, I wouldn't necessarily say they're a better team today. They got some calls their way, as Penn State did them late, too. Really didn't fucking matter at that point, though. I think they were just trying to keep them in the game. Both defenses showed out, but then Ohio State was better on offense. And then special teams, 2 of 2 on field goals apiece. And then they missed their last one, which really didn't matter anyway, but it gave Penn State a better chance to do something. Ohio State had that long punt, remember that, too. Penn State would have had, short field off of that. But nope, back to the average starting point of the 25-yard line. Once again, they had their chances. That's what it boils down to. They had their chances, and they had the defensive fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown by 23 Curtis Jacobs for about 70 yards to the house to go up 10-3 early in the game. But it got called back because of a holding on defense, which I didn't think was a good call. The pass interference, once again, a couple plays later, that wouldn't have happened if, there wouldn't have been a penalty on the fumble, scoop, and score, maybe on the next drive once again. That pass interference was a good call. They made some good calls. They made some bad calls today. You can't blame the refs because they didn't play, but they try to control the game, though, too much. That's what it boils down to with them, too. But just, I'll get over it. They'll get over it. Like I said, best way to, get over it is just to continue to move on. It's still one day at a time. Hopefully next week it's, as Rutgers beat Indiana earlier, so Tom Allen at this rate might be, not Tim Allen, not Santa Claus, Buzz Lightyear, Tim the Toll Man, Taylor, who works at Outdoor Man. Not that Tim Allen, Tom Allen, Indiana's head coach. He might be fighting for a job at this point. They're not looking too good. Shane O'Mac and the WWE coming into Happy Valley with the Indiana Hoosiers with his son Declan as a walk-on running back. So we'll see what kind of moves Penn State can put on the Hoosiers next week and ask them again, who's your daddy? We are. Yeah, that's right, Penn State. So, yeah, it's just, you move on. It's not the end of the world, even though it's a tough loss. It stings. It stings. Just, once again, it boils down to they had their chances and they couldn't execute. They couldn't, Credit to this defense, but they cannot execute whatsoever to save their life, on offense. That's what I was saying. What more do you want, can you ask of the defense to do for you? There's nothing in special teams other than 2 field goals. And they waited till the fucking end of the game to finally do something offensively, and it was too late. But it also boils down to, once again, the fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown. Especially that Penn State had. called off because of a penalty, and then in a one-score final outcome, 20-12. That touchdown would have been nice. And they score late. It's an extra point to tie it, and we're going to overtime. We're still playing on, so just frustrating. So leave it at that. Not really much else to be said. Fewest points Penn State scored in a game, win or loss, since about 2 years ago. It was the bowl game, the Outback Bowl against Arkansas. They lost 24-10. They scored 12 points today. So as these final stats and the scores upload, run back through some stuff here, make sure I didn't miss anything. Just as always, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. We should do back in tomorrow and next weekend as well. For more college football and NFL coverage, live here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Credit and congrats to Ohio State. They defeat Penn State once again, 20-12, your final score, as they've now won 7 straight against the blue and white. However, all 7 of those games have been decided by 10 points or less, as they will remain undefeated at 7-0. Penn State falls to 6-1. Penn State's not going to fall far in the top 25. They'll probably be like 12, maybe. They should still be in the top 15, I think. Hell, they might stay in the fucking top 10, for all we know, come officially 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So that's when the AP poll, top 25, gets released, which they'll still go by up until the time the college football playoff rankings get released. Coming up here in a few short weeks, and those will be on Tuesday nights, and then that's what they'll go by the rest of the year before we get the final 4-team playoff, before they expand to 12 next year. And that's the other thing too, like a loss like this in a 12-team playoff format, like, all right, you're still there, just go out and continue to play. And that's the thing still now as it is too, like you're still going to get to go play in a good bowl game for the most part, you would think, if they can, continue to take care of business, not shit the bed, and go out and have a chance to win that as well, and then it continues to build. That's, I think, what people don't understand. It continues to build because you get more reps, through practice. You get another fucking month or 2, if not 3 more months of football season, for the program, and then it, overall, in the big picture, in the long term, it's going to benefit even more then than it does now. Like, everybody looks short term. Sometimes you got to see the big picture, and it takes time to do shit. Like, Rome wasn't built in a day, folks. It takes time. Okay? It takes time. But yeah, in a 12-team playoff, like, this loss for Penn State, like, ain't going to hurt. Even right now, as it hurts, it doesn't hurt as much. I'm not saying because, Penn State's so used to losing to Ohio State now at this rate, which it's been since 2016, since they last won. And Ohio State will come to Happy Valley, I might add, next year. But then, of course, with the new Big Ten beginning next year as well, Penn State has no protected rivalries against anybody in the conference. Nobody. So, like, when they play Michigan in a couple weeks, it'll be the last time they play Michigan for like 2 years. They'll play Ohio State next year, but then I believe there's at least a year, if not 2 years off from playing the Buckeyes. So, it's just, the way, everything, shakes out. So it's like, that's what I said, you'd think they'd be fucking sick and tired of losing to, both Ohio State and Michigan, for that matter. Whether they're better than them overall, yes and no at times, or just flat out on a given day, yes, because they won and Penn State lost. That's just a given. Then, I mean, it just is what it is. But yeah, it stings. this sucks. Losing sucks. But it's only one game, all right? It's still a long season. You still got, like I said, a max of 6 more games left at this rate, unless something, crazy and wacky happens, and they somehow get to Indy December the 2nd, and play on from there. Which just, I've seen crazy shit happen. Just throwing it out there. I know it won't happen, but you just don't know. You never know. That's why you just take it one day at a time. You can try to, plan for the future or fix your mistakes, but in the meantime, we're living in the present. And fortunately, they didn't take care of business today. So 20-12, your final score. Ohio State beats Penn State. Ohio State is now 7-0. Penn State 6-1. Looking back, the one play determines the game, the difference. No doubt about it. Even though Penn State had their chances, it was the fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown. One score. Final of 20-12. That touchdown would have been nice, to say the least. So that's that. Yeah, Penn State shouldn't fall far in the rankings, I don't think. Ohio State, I mean, shit, they'll probably stay at 3, just with the teams that are in front of them. With Georgia and that team up north in Michigan who's stealing signs, and they play at Michigan State tonight. Now, if they lose, then, or, have trouble, then Ohio State with a top 10 win at home, would jump. But then they still got to play each other anyway. That's the thing, like, over time, these games are going to get played. It's all hypothetically, correct, all hypothetical at a point in time, but from paper to on the field, these games are going to get played at some point in time. And we'll know in the end, in the long term, at the end of the season, what the hell happened, and, that's that. But, yeah. Ohio State next week, they play at Wisconsin next Saturday night. Penn State hosts Indiana. And then Penn State will go to Maryland before they host Michigan, and then finish up with Rutgers and then at Michigan State. Neutral site on Black Friday night in Detroit at Ford Field against Michigan State. As Sparty hosts Michigan this evening, and also that weekend then would be the game with Michigan and Ohio State. So Ohio State covers. The under hit for anybody interested in that. Turnovers really weren't much of a factor. Had one turnover the whole entire game. It was a fumble on a punt return. Penn State recovered as they punted, but then recovered the punt. Recovered the fumble on the punt, but then the offense couldn't do anything with it. So nothing there. They did get to Kyle McCord a couple times, sacked him twice. That third time would have been the fumble, scoop, and score. But then got called back because of a hold. So Ohio State controlled the clock too, I might add. Get to that stat in a minute as well. Penn State was pitiful on third down, 1 of 16 officially. I mean, they played pretty smart. I mean, they did. They really didn't do anything stupid. Just they couldn't convert on third down. Credit to Ohio State's defense once again. Penn State, yeah, they ran the damn ball, as Ohio State did too. Penn State gave themselves a chance. It just slipped away from them in the second half as this game came down to the wire, as expected. However, they couldn't find a way to win. So, and they lose on this very date, October the 21st, for the first time since 1950, which, good, but now a bad stat because they lost. So, final stats and scores. Kyle McCord in the win for Ohio State. 22 of 35, 286 yards passing, and a touchdown. Myron Williams had 24 carries, 62 yards, and the touchdown after the fumble, scoop, and score to go up 10-3 when Penn State should have been up 10-3. Chip had 9 carries, 22 yards. Also had a catch for 19 yards. Cardinal Tate threw a 21 receiving. Cade Stover had a couple big catches, 470 for him, but Penn State couldn't cover Marvin Harrison Jr. He had officially 11 catches, 162 yards receiving, and a touchdown. That sort of iced it. Really was the difference, even though the difference was that, remember, fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown in a one-score game that Penn State had, that got called off, taken off the board because of the penalty. You know, they don't score there. They're up 13, and then Penn State scores. They're not going for 2. I mean, maybe they do to win it, but they're kicking extra points, 13-13 to play on it overtime that way. So Marvin Harrison's touchdown was big too. Looking back on it, they were 2 of 3 on field goals because that last one, for whatever fucking reason, just I don't know what went wrong there. Drew Aller. They only ran the ball 25 times and they passed it 43. They got away from being balanced today, noticing that right away. Aller was 18 of 43 for only 191 yards passing. Did have the touchdown to Caden Saunders. I mean, they were balanced in the run game. Singleton and Allen both had 9 carries. Singleton 9 of 48 and the Fat Man 9 of 26. And then Lambert Smith had 6 catches, 52 yards. Theo Johnson 2 of 39. Cephas 2 of 28. Saunders 2 of 25 in the score. Harrison Wallace had 2 catches, 19 yards. I mean, the tight ends, Johnson, like I said, 2 of 39. But then Tyler Warren only catch for 11 yards. Clifford had a catch for 7. Singleton and Allen both had a catch for 5 yards out of the backfield. They got to get the screen game more involved too, no doubt about it. Daquan Hardy was playing ball earlier too, I might add. Nothing really in the return game though for him today. Falcons was 2 of 2 on field goals from 40 and 41 respectively, and Penn State punted 9 times for an average of 43 yards with a long of 54. They pinned them deep inside the 24 times. So field position was crucial. Was a big component in today's game. Some overall team stats now. Ohio State wins that, wins that, wins that, wins that, wins that, along with winning that as well. And then they win the game, which is, the main stat, whether you won or lost. Ohio State had 22 first downs to Penn State's 15. They were 6 of 16 on third down when Penn State was 1 of 16. Ohio State went for it on a fourth down. Remember, at the goal line, Penn State stuffed them. 0-1 there. Penn State was 1 of 3 on fourth down. That fourth down was the touchdown drive at the end of the game. Had more. Had 110 more total yards than the Lions did at 365 to 255, with 286 of them passing, and then the other 79 on the ground. Penn State had 191 passing and 64 rushing. Their yards per rush in the second half were cut in half. Remember at halftime, I remember saying, toting the rock, 5 yards a carry. Finished up at 2.5, 2.6 to be exact. So credit to Ohio State's defense with that. Had 11 total penalties, 6 against Ohio State, 5 against Penn State, 6-54 and 5-32. Ohio State had the turnover. Penn State couldn't do anything with it though. And then they controlled the clock. You control the line of scrimmage, you control the clock, one turnover battle, you're going to win. Let alone the run game, you're just making more explosive plays. $20-12 is your final score. 34-24 to 25-36 in the time of possession. If only once more. Penn State was able to execute because they had their chances. They had numerous chances today to do shit, and they couldn't whatsoever. So, I mean, like I said, shame on them. I think they need to take a good hard look in the mirror for sure, as we all do at some point in time in life. But they had their chances. Yeah, they let them off the hook. They let this game slip away for sure. And then it's really the fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown to go up 10-3 that came back to bite them. Especially in a one-score final game. For the final outcome, the final score 20-12, they have that touchdown. Everything else goes the way it did. I mean, you kick the extra point late rather than go for 2. Yeah, no shit. Tied at 20 unless you want to go for the win. And then we're, crucifying them for making that decision. Then you're playing at overtime. And who knows what happens then. You keep playing until you have a winner. And Penn State's been a part of the longest college football overtime game in history. And they come on the right end of it. They come on the wrong side, lost, but this is going to be a tough one. But we'll get over it one way or another. Of course, we've got more games we've played, so we'll see how they respond next week. That's going to be the main key now moving forward. How do they respond after a loss like this? It wasn't a blowout. It was a one-score game that they ended up losing 20-12. Once again, your final score: Ohio State beats Penn State. But it was a game for the taking that they had numerous chances to do so, and they couldn't. Credit once again to Ohio State, and they found a way to win because Penn State couldn't. Because Penn State, once again, they had their chances, and they honestly probably should have, won this game, let alone come a little closer than they did. And it all goes back with having the chances they had, but the fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown that got called off and got called back. Man, that one's going to be an even bigger pill. That's going to be hard to swallow for sure. A big play like that, especially all the penalties seemingly were on big plays today, as I mentioned earlier, but a big play like that, and then it goes for a touchdown, and then the final score, it's a one touchdown differential. Like, that's tough. But tough shit, coulda, woulda, shoulda. They had their chances. They had their chances. They did. So I'll leave it at that. So let me know in the comments below what you thought of today's game. As always, thanks for tuning in and watching. But in the meantime, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow and next weekend as well for more college football and NFL coverage live right here on YouTube. But unfortunately, Penn State loses its first game of the 2023 season on the road today at Ohio State. Officially, your final score: Ohio State 20, Penn State 12. So we'll see how they respond and play next week, let alone the rest of the season, as they'll host Indiana at noon next Saturday. So be sure to tune back in live here on YouTube for those live watch long reactions live right here on YouTube. But today, Ohio State beats Penn State 20-12, and just sucks. Just fucking sucks. Losing sucks. But at the end of the day, win, lose, or draw, as always, we are Penn State.